if you sell your
Black Ram 313 back at it again. You know why? It's because this is therapeutic, man. Back again, live. Number one in the chat. If you can hear me out there, mic check before we get started. And as always, as customary, as you come into the stream, hit that button. And you know what button I'm talking about? That like button. What up, Rude Imp? Triple Masterpiece, Kwame Sam, Wise Serpent, Dark Tempo, Roger Spice, Brother Truth Be Told. Good to see the brothers in here. David Bowman, what's happening, brother? Hit them like buttons as you come in. You got an all-star cast today. Chris G, Marlon Brown with the super chat. Appreciate that. Dark Tempo with the super chat. Appreciate that. Mr. Old School Rider, Angry Black, Antoine Hooks, Sun Ray. I'm gonna wait till we get about 100 people watching and at least 75 likes. JD's Revenge, what's happening, bro? Absolutely. As you come in, hit that like button. Hit the like button. Couple of more likes. We got 76 likes now. Kurt Chris the God, salute, fam. Ruling Mentality, what up, fam? Kwame Triple X says, man, thank you for saving me from Old Man Circus. They're the circus, huh? What up, Quentin? We're gonna get into some gang, man. We're gonna get into some game. I got some nice guests in here today. We're gonna introduce them in a minute. Caesar Cannon, I'm still waiting on 100. Still waiting on that. All right, all right. Still got a little ways to go before we kick it off. If you're coming into the panel, mute your mic so we won't get no feedback. Make sure you turn that YouTube audio down. SJ3 with the super chat says, salute, Godfather Black Ram 313. Kurt Chris the God with the super chat. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate the love and support, family. So we got about 100 people watching. We got quite a few likes. So in a couple of seconds, I will be introducing my guest. And guest, mute your mics up until I'm able to introduce. We don't want feedback and feedback loops and whatever. Mr. 08, what's happening? Underground West. Anthony Lou. Legend Red, Piccolo. All right, so we got 99 likes. Let me get one more before we kick it off. What up, Wolf and Alpha Attire? I'm looking for another like. I see 99 on my screen. I'm looking for one more. Jeremy Whitaker, what's happening, brother? All right. Well, now it's time to get into this program proper. So once again, it's Black Ram 313. The title of the video, the title of the live stream is the end of Hangouts Mega Panel. What can she bring to the table? I have a few more guests that's about to show up. But until they do, we're going to go on and get started. Kevin Levere with the super chat. He says, I'm back in therapy. And thank you, brother, for that super chat. Let me introduce my guests. First up, AM1. Tell them where you're from, AM1. Tell them about your channel. Tell them what's up with your AM1.
Salute Black Ram. Salute to the brothers on the panel. Whole chat. AM1, Oakland, California. Um, Multimedia producer. Run a multimedia brand called All Studios. We try to do it all. Get into the tech. Get into the art, the culture, the mental health. All things Black excellence, but for real, not that bullshit version. It's multimedia design, man. Really came on this YouTube thing, trying to tap in with like-minded folks, like-minded brothers. Found this Black YouTube manosphere thing. It's been real interesting. I'm about a year in the game with this. Just seeing what I could do, as far as linking up with folks, tapping in with business, soaking up a whole lot of game, especially right here on this exact channel. Shout out to our guy, Black Ram. Go ahead, brothers.
Appreciate that, brother. Up next, we have the villain Von Doom, new YouTuber, awesome channel. I think I got you muted, villain. Let me unmute you. Can you unmute your mic, villain? Let me see if I need to do that. So I can introduce my brother. Hold on now. Hold on. Villain, are you there? Let me see. Having some technical difficulties at the time. I see you, but I don't hear you. And it says, villain, I think you got your mic muted. I'm unmuting you. It's still not working. Give me a second, villain. We're going to work on that in a second, brother, because I still can't hear you. Let me go and introduce my co-host, as usual, my brother, Ohim Imara of Male Enlightenment TV. Tell him where you're from. Tell him what you're about, brother Ohim.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, good. So as you know, my name is Ohini Mara. My YouTube channel is Male Enlightenment Television. As you know, I'm an author as well. I focus on basically understanding the behaviors and the attitudes of the opposite sex, and it basically is guided to help men become their best selves and live their best version of their lives as possible. So that's what I do.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, brother. Villain, I don't know why I can't unmute you. So we'll do this, villain. Drop yourself off and then just come back. That should solve the problem. So drop off, villain, and come on back, and then I'll introduce you, brother. Because for some reason I can't get you. I'm trying to unmute you, but it's not working on this end. You may have yourself muted, but I am not sure. So, villain, if you can hear me, drop off and come on back. All right. Hopefully he heard me. Wayman Brown with the super chat. He says, peace to Ram and the brothers. All right. So we're going to get into this topic. I see Kendra D in the building. So just because I know y'all about to get it in. Much love. And we have a few more special guests that will probably be arriving shortly. A few more guests that'll be arriving shortly.
All right, brother. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're there. What's up, villain?
All right, y'all. This is the villain. How you doing, brother?
Man, it's good to see you, brother. Is this your first live stream, bro?
This is my first live stream, brother. This is my very first live stream. I appreciate you having me on, and shout out to all the brothers out there in the manosphere, man. Thank you. I appreciate the love.
I appreciate you being here, man. I've been watching your channel for a while, man. Very heartfelt, man. And a lot of good information, and you're really encouraging brothers to do better out here, brother. We definitely going to talk about some of the things that you specifically talk about and some things that your expertise is to address before we end this podcast.
Absolutely. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
All right, so let me kick this off. So again, I got AM1 in the building. I got Male Enlightenment TV in the building. I got the villain in the building. So let me kick this off. I was watching a popular YouTube pastor the other day, and he stated, and I'm not going to get into the names. This is not a diss. I'm sure you guys probably know who he is. Again, this is not beef. This is not a diss. I just simply want to go over some of his talking points, some of my disagreements with his talking points. So this particular popular pastor on YouTube said that we should be trying to heal and build the broken woman. In other words, we should be trying to heal and build with the modern day strumpet, the modern day thought. And that's right, Mr. Diggs, it's that person. Again, this is not about beef. This is addressing the points, not the person. So I want to talk about, should we be in the thought healing and thought wifing business? He literally said that we should wife up broken women. Broken women is just another word for thought. Now, what I noticed, that there is a constant theme on the tube saying that brothers should deal with trash, saying that we should be the ones to take out the trash, to build with broken pieces, to heal the thought, the broken female, instead of avoiding them. Fix her life. Like if there's no other options. It's like these men want you digging at the bottom of the garbage can, as if you are tasked with being the janitor of her life. Now, men who talk like this do not, I believe, have your best interest in mind. They have the interest of the female at heart, first and foremost and primarily. This is not the type of channel, this is not the type of community that we are in. We are not in the healing business. We are not Heal a Thought. There is no company that we are working for called Heal a Thought. You got Build a Bear. He wants you to have this Heal a Thought. We say no, right? Shout out to Mr. Lim. He says, salute, Brother Ram. I just sent you an email. I'll check it out in a second, brother. So the idea is to take the fruits of your labor, your hard work, your dedication, your sacrifices. And a lot of us are somewhat well-to-do. A lot of us are the type of men who are responsible. A lot of us paid our dues, man. A lot of us went to school and got the good grades. A lot of us are hustling out here, man. A lot of us are doing the right thing. But there are guys who believe, hey, you should take all that you've done, all that you've accomplished, and let the thought, right, enjoy the fruits of your labor, the fruits of your delayed gratification, as if we don't deserve a certain quality of woman. Naima Buckman with the super chat, appreciate you. As if we don't deserve a certain class, a certain quality of female. Now, I find it amazing that many people, again, this is not a beef video, but I have to say this. I notice that people are taking advice from a guy or guys who do not understand female nature. Men who have been with the same woman 10, 15, and 20 years. They're dating coaches out here who've been with the same woman 10, 15, 20 plus years and haven't met a new lady who is not in the game. They haven't been on Tinder and Bumble. They haven't been on OkCupid. They haven't been on Plenty of Fish. They haven't been in the field. They ain't shooting a shot at the club or at the library or at the grocery store. They haven't done this. They're out of touch. So if you listen to dating coaches and preachers or YouTubers or whomever, taking advice from those who do not know how the game is changed and how the game goes, how disingenuous is that? I find that amazing. And the saying is, this particular pastor went on and talked about that you shouldn't be pumping and dumping. That's right, grand finale. You shouldn't be out here pumping and dumping them. He's saying that you're a part of the problem. And that makes logical sense to some. But here's the problem. There's an elephant in the room. Listen up. What up, Rollo? Shout out to Black Ram. He says passport gang. Absolutely. Here's the problem. They say, hey, man, you pumping and dumping. So you're contributing to the thoughthood that we see out here. And logically, that would make sense, right? Except let's look at it this way. She was a thought before I met her. She'll be a thought after I'm done with her. But here's the real elephant in the room, gentlemen. 9 times out of 10, the average guy out here is not the one that's pumping and dumping. The average guy meets the female. They enjoy each other. And it's the female who ends the relationship. It's the female who decides to move on. She's the one that's getting pumped and doing the dumping. You don't believe me? Just ask yourselves, gentlemen. Ask yourselves. Most of the time when a relationship ends, isn't it the choice of the female to walk away? Have we forgotten this community about hypergamy? Have we forgot about that? Have we forgot about videos that I have on my channel called She Will Always Leave You? I didn't say you will leave her. She will always leave you. Have we forgot about those things? Is this missing? So we're taking advice and congratulating and saying, yeah, that's right, preacher. Oh, that's right, dating coach. And they're not even out here, gentlemen. When was the last time they were in the field? When? When was the last time they actually opened their mouth to talk to the modern thought? That's the question you should ask yourself. Some people say you should show receipts. I'm not against that. However, you have guys that has not even been on a date, haven't seen the modern female except in the movies or except walking down the street, but ain't talked to nobody. And they're going to tell you how you should live. Tell you that it is your responsibility to wipe up the thought, saying that you are the problem, that you are indeed the thought maker. And it's like, okay, do they understand? And not just the particular pastor, like, do these people understand the world in which we now live? Do they understand the rights and the privileges that's been given to the succubus? The rights and privileges of not being tied down to one man, the rights and privileges of riding the carousel. Are they not understanding this? Do they not understand Bruford's law? Listen, this is the community of red pillars. One of the hallmarks of this community as far as knowledge base. I've been here a long time, gentlemen. Started my channel in 2013, but I've been here way before that. Have we forgot the basic principles? Black Ram is here to come back to basic principles. Fundamental game, Tim Duncan. Bruford's law states, and this is only for this current culture now. This is for Western culture. It's not like this necessarily in the East. It wasn't like this for ancient Israel, but this is the current culture. Bruford's law states, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'm trying to go by memory. Bruford's law states that the female, not the male, decides and chooses whatever interaction she wants to have with the male. It's the female that makes the determination. It's the female that says, hey, this is who she wants. This is how she wants it. It's the female, not the male. And Ohim, I know you're real good with this because I don't want to butcher the law. Ohim, if you get a chance, dear brother, could you pull up Bruford's law and state it to us when you get a chance? But basically, it's the female, not the male, who actually chooses and sets the terms and the limits of the interaction. And we can see this is true in our own life. When you talk to the female, when you talk to the simp, they don't understand these principles here. So here's the thing. When you meet a woman, it's up to her to take your number. When you meet a woman, it's up to her to go out on a date with you. When you meet a woman, it's up to her to decide to spread her legs, right? And if she's making all of the choices, how is she not all the way responsible? But there are those who say, hey, you're responsible for making thoughts. As if she doesn't have that choice. As if she doesn't really want to do this. She is a thought because she likes being a thought. She wants to ride the carousel. Had nothing to do with you and me. Actually, if you really want to put a victim face on it, and men, we hate to call ourselves victims, it's really us. Because you get with the woman and you deal with her today, and tomorrow she's gone. On to the next one, right? That's her motto, right? Hot girl summer, right? We ain't talking about hot boy summer, hot girl summer, right? Shout out to China White says, Cook the OG GOAT, much love and support. So the question to the panel is, and to you guys in the chat room, and I see Dr. BOA is in the building. The question is this: should we be in the business? And you can disagree with Black Ram, that's fine. But should we be in the business of healing and building with broken women and literally wifing up thoughts, as the guy said? Is it our responsibility to fix the thought? First question is on you, AM1.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much laid down the groundwork in such a way where anybody with half a brain is already, I mean, there's not too much more to discuss, but we can try to drill down on it more. Really, black men who haven't faced a lot of the. We're free on language, right? Because this is gonna get there. It's gonna go there. You trying to have language restrictions on this round?
Let's try to keep it PG
Okay.
because
Okay.
they'll break us down, man. They'll
Okay.
kick us off the stream.
Right. It is getting more hot. Okay. Well, I'll keep it more technical. It's completely ridiculous to expect brothers who have been through the ringer, like Ram has been through some things. I believe he's divorced. And then there's brothers who haven't been married. There's brothers out here single, no children, like myself. There's a lot of spectrum going on here. You cannot ask brothers who have been through it or brothers who have seen it and haven't been directly through it to go ahead and sign up for something. It's basically like saying, hey, I have a product or a service. I want you to hire me for this. I want you to hire me to provide a service for you. And when you say, well, show me the results and the impact, the efficacy of it, and I can't do it. As a matter of fact, most of the results I show you are lackluster, if not just whack, period. And I still want you to buy from me, though. I still want you to hire me. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like that. I try to use that as a business analogy because it's something I'm about all day. So it's kind of like somebody really wants to sell me an item, and I'm like, I know your product is trash. Like, why do you want me to buy it? But we got people over here who maybe is sitting up with a trash version of that project, or maybe they got that product, or they got lucky and found a good one, and they still trying to sell me on this thing. Like, we talk about black folks coming from a certain level of plight and needing to make certain progress, but then we have people who are trying to sell you on hopes and dreams of that you really got to bend over backwards for these women who do not have it in their hearts to try to do the same. Save the community. It has to be the men. It has to be the men. It has to be the men. But if the women, by and large, ain't on board with it, then what are we talking about here? Like, why are men selling hopes and dreams to other men? We already got enough women doing that to other women. But when men are doing it and making money off other simp dudes and other women who, it's making them real moist too, like, it's just crazy, bro. Like, we got enough stuff to deal with without having dudes selling other men hopes and dreams and walking other brothers into a trap. I'm gonna leave it at that. Go ahead.
Absolutely, AM1. Absolutely. The villain Von Doom. Your thoughts on this? Should we be in the business, brother, of fixing broken pieces, healing the thought? Is that our responsibility?
Brother, thank you for having me. Like I said, I really appreciate this, and I'll answer this honestly from my own experiences. We as men have our own traumas to deal with, especially men of color in this country, our difficulties and things that we go through. How do we muster the energy to fix her problems that she should be working on before we even get together in the first place? I don't think it's our responsibility as men, being that these current women in this current situation and the things that we're going through, it puts us in a very difficult place to even extend a hand and say, hey, I feel for you, because we're met with such negativity and such force and such aggression from our own women. So I feel it's not our responsibility to do that work and put in that work, because I think that's why we're in this situation in the first place. We got men out here kowtowing and catering to these women's emotional needs and things like that. I think it just weakens the structure of masculinity in this country, and it sets a poor example for our younger men. I'm a father, and a single father. I tried to work it out with the mother, the baby mama, and she didn't want that. She wanted to drop my son and run, and she had her own things to deal with, but she refused to face that. They don't want to accept any responsibility for their lives. I feel as a man, it's not our responsibility to let them see that these issues and these problems that's in themselves. I feel it's their responsibility to acknowledge and see that they have these problems and these issues, because the first thing, they have to get out of that stage of denial and accepting responsibility for their own and being accountable for their own actions. Excuse me. With my situation with my son, even I'm going through it right now with child support and everything. My son, I've been in my son's life since he was born. I was there, cut the umbilical cord and everything. tried to do the family man thing, I had this whole different mindset. And so it took a lot of pain and a lot of trauma for me coming back from the Marine Corps after 12 years, 3 combat tours, seeing that this certain pattern of women, this thing going on in women today, where they don't want to accept responsibility for their own problems and issues. And it's not, I don't think it's our responsibility. Sorry, I took the long route with that, brother, but that's how I feel. And I'm going through that heat right now. And, I'm making sure that I don't fill my heart with anger. I just have to be strong. And this is what, allowed me to kind of express myself. So thank you for that, brother.
No problem, man. I appreciate that, Villain. Very, very well said. We got a couple of super chats that I want to read real quick. We had MOT with the super chat. Let me see what you say. MOT. Oh, we had Scream. I forgot to mention Scream. Scream says, Ram, why is that no matter how damaged the female is, we still got to repair them? Absolutely. MOT Man Tomorrow says you are either on her team or she is on yours. Absolutely. Let me see. Do I have another super chat? Kwame Triple X says it's easier to raise new ladies than to repair broken thoughts. Frederick Red Pill Douglas. Appreciate you, Kwame X. We have Ramil Amir says showing love for the last hangout. Salute to brother Ramil Amir. Black Avenger with the super chat says for the holy water fun. Professor MGTOW says salute to the panel and to the chat. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Brother Ohim, should we be in the business of wifing thoughts or healing broken women? And if you can, brother, could you read for us those the information on Briefolds Law?
Okay, I actually posted them in the chat, but
okay.
Hold on. I got you.
Appreciate you, brother.
1 second. So Briefolds Law, let's get to it. So pretty much it says the female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family, where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male. No such association takes place. And event 1, it says, even though a woman has accrued past benefits from her relationship with a man, this is no guarantee of her continuing the relationship with him.
Absolutely. Briefolds Law. Mm-hmm. It's the female that makes the choice. So how is it not her fault if she's a thought? But go ahead, brother Ohim.
Absolutely. You want me to read this second one?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
All right. If a woman promises a man to continue her relationship with him in the future in exchange for a benefit received from him today, her promise becomes null and void as soon as the benefit is rendered.
Wow.
So
absolutely. So I wanted you to read that, brother, because I don't want us to ever lose sight of basic principles. No matter who shows up in YouTube land, no matter what YouTuber is trending, no matter what fad or ideal is being set, we're not going to go away from the basic principles of this knowledge base. We're not going to go away from that. We're going to stay with the fundamentals. And when I see people going away from the fundamentals, if I can, most I will, I'm going to remind the people of the fundamentals. Grit and grind with the super chat. Appreciate that, brother. So, Ohim, should we be in that thought building business, brother?
So first, I want to say that intro was fire, man.
Appreciate that.
So now, get into this matter. I already done a video called "When People Show You Who They Are, You Should Believe Them," and I discussed Timothy Treadwell and how he went to that park in Canada for 13 years, living amongst the bears, and he even brought his girlfriend. And they did that for 13 years, even though the park rangers and the officials told him not to. It's dangerous. He did it for 13 years. And then one day, one of the bears decided that he was dinner, and they ripped him and his girlfriend apart. Mm-hmm. But were you really surprised? You knew it was a bear, right? And I think that's what happens with these situations. Like, no disrespect to the pastor, but he is a traditional man trying to navigate in a modern society. And I think what has happened is these basically the opposite sex has learned that because through trial and error, we have all been there already. We've already tried to do thought healing, as you termed it, right? We've all been in relationships with broken women, and we thought that we could fix them and we could help them. And look what happened as a result. So I'm pretty sure everybody in this chat right now can attest to the fact that we've already tried that, right? So now we're in a situation where we understand what the playing field is. We understand the behavior, we understand the nature, and we're moving accordingly. And I think the issues are rising because they are expecting traditional men to be on the back end, and they're no longer available because this thing of ours is growing every day. So basically, as far as the thought healing, we already tried it. And that's it. We accept the terms and the conditions that they have put forward, and we're moving accordingly.
Absolutely, absolutely, brother. Appreciate that. Let me read a couple of super chats real quick. We have Reginald Fields with the super chat. It says, salute to you, all my brothers. And this is a brotherhood for sure. We have JT Cavett the second. It says, you can't fix someone who doesn't see they're broken. We shouldn't care about how bad they let themselves get. Stop doing for them. Absolutely. C. Doug with the super chat. He says, salute to the panel. Hey, C. Doug, I saw you on Affy's panel earlier, man. That was a lot of fire, brother. I'm waiting for your channel. But shout out to C. Doug. Appreciate him. In the building, we have the Alpha Sphere. We have the one, the only book of Alpharonomy. What up,
What's
BOA?
good, homies? What's good? What's good, Rand? What's good, Rand? The brothers on the panel, man. Salute to all you brothers, man. This is quite a topic, man, to end this thing on, man. Because it's been bantered about here lately from several different perspectives, and some of the perspectives I don't really understand, but I'll give you my take on it, man. If unless you want to ask me something else.
Oh no, go ahead with it, brother. I got a lot of questions for you, and I got a question that tailored toward you toward the end too, if you got time. But go ahead, brother.
All right, bet. My thing is this, man. The time to heal thoughts was over when it became beneficial to be a thought. See, you can't tell a woman to stop doing something when in the society she's in, it's more beneficial to her to be that way. There are no consequences and repercussions for her being that way. We can no longer enforce the law of the Most High upon these women in this society. Women have never been good. They weren't made to be good. They had to be forced to be good by rule of law of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Once that was lost, this whole we got to save them. We turned them into thoughts. The weirdest thing to me, man, is to reference a thought and reference all men as if they caused her to be a thought.
Exactly.
The only man who has anything to do with whatever she became or didn't become is the men she's dealt with in her life. I don't know that, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So it ain't got nothing to do with any of us. Exactly. And I just think the bottom line is we have to hold women accountable for their choices. Mm-hmm. There's a choice. I can be a good girl. I can be a bad girl. I can be wifey type. I can be a thought. I can keep my legs closed. I can keep them open like 7-Eleven in California. You can do whatever you want to do. But to say that after all that's happened, that we as Black men should say, okay, well, it's our fault that you are the way you are. It's our fault that, you reap all these benefits for being the way you are. We'll do everything in our power. Hell, we got to be healed. Yeah, you mean we ain't in no shape to be trying to heal nobody, man. We Black men in America, man.
There you go.
We're Black men in America. Hey, man, who needs to be healed more than us? There are benefits for being a thought. There are benefits for not being a thought. There are benefits for being a wife. There are benefits for being a girlfriend. There's benefit for being a side chick. There's benefit for being a lesbian. There's benefit for being a what they call it now, the pansexual. Mm-hmm. All those benefits go to females. there are no benefits for you and I being who we are in this country. We have to tailor ourselves to go along to get along, and we still reap the least amount of benefits, even when we go along to get along. You cannot tell a man who's been shot and he's laying there clutching his chest to roll over and give the next man who's been shot CPR. We've both been shot.
Well said, brother BOA. Just like I knew you would. Shout out to Golden Child for the super chat and Man Cave Vlogging. The title is End of Hangouts Mega Panel, and I told you it's going to be a mega panel. We have Afi Kingdom, and I think for the first time in a hangout, we got Mr. Limber, and we got the one and only Thinking Man's Templar. We'll get to those guys in a minute. Tell me this ain't a mega panel up in here. Brother Afi Kingdom. Are you there, brother?
Yeah. What's going on? What's going on? Black Round. Shout out to A1, King Ray MLC. Thinking, man, I was just talking about you, man. I thought somebody was saying something about you on my channel, Legion. And nice to meet you over there. I don't know your channel.
Really fun doing, yeah.
Male
Enlightenment TV and
okay. Oh, I do know that is. I just don't know it by that. Okay, shout out to you, bro.
Absolutely. So, brother Afi, should we be in the business of healing broken women? What do you think about that, brother?
Man, hell no. Shit. Hell no, man. Shit, you'll be in the business of having no damn time for yourself at all. Shit, if you sign up for that, man, like, I just got off a little 3-hour one, and we was just kind of talking about that, and I feel like there's just two type of guys, man. Guys who value sex and guys who value control. See, I'm on the control avenue. You know, sex is all fine and dandy, but I had enough sex in my early years to the point where it's really like last on my list. You feel what I'm saying? So I get a kick out of control. I get a nut off of that. You know what I'm saying? That's where I get. I mean, it's almost the same. I when I can just sit back and someone else, I can kind of dictate what they do. I like it, man. It gets my rocks, especially for a woman, especially the fact how some of them put themselves on such a high pedestal. I love to bring it down, man. And what I was saying earlier is just about long ball, short ball. Like I don't have to. The dynamics, like we was throwing Oprah in there, so I get that argument. Like if you have Oprah, you may do little things, but at the same time, you can kind of pre-qualify Oprah and know that she's the type of woman who wants to run the show, regardless of how much money she got. In order to get access to that, you might have to do a little maneuvering. Now, if you want to do that, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you're going to get complacent to whatever lifestyle, whatever woman or thing brings you up to. So it's where your integrity stands and how you want to live your life.
Excellent point, brother Afi. Ethos 13 says, as he stated, we are not in a society that we can control, thus we cannot be blamed for their unchecked transgression. Powerful, Ethos 13. Powerful. Thank you for the super chat, brother. So for the first time, we got MLC and we got Thinking Man's Templar. We got both of these guys on the same panel at the same time in the same place. Wow. Mega panel. Let me get Thinking Man's Templar and I'm going to go to the MLC. What up, Ghost? You there, TMT? Thinking Man's Templar, you on the line. He might be having a few technical difficulties. Let me go to my brother MLC until Thinking Man's Templar comes on. Brother MLC, Mr. Limber. What's up, brother? I think we have some muted mics up here. Am I coming through for everybody? Making sure that I'm good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys hear me now? Good.
Okay, TMT said he's having technical difficulties. MLC, can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What up, MLC? What's happening, brother?
All right, brother. How you doing? Salute to the panel. How's everybody doing?
Oh, we great, brother.
Yeah.
We good now that you here, bro.
It's funny. It's been difficult for me to do a panel, and since I move around a lot, and when I finally started live streaming, and it's like that's the end of the Hangout, so I was like, oh man, I got to try to jump on at least with Black Ram just once.
Man, I appreciate that, brother. Hey, you don't know how long I've been waiting, and the people have been waiting just to hear your voice on the panel, man. This is history right here, brother.
Definitely.
So, brother MLC, man, should we be in a business of healing broken women? Do we have time for that?
Now, I'm gonna start this like this. For many brothers who don't know about me, my channel kind of starts with for men only. I've always said that. And what brothers don't know about me is that from a very young age, I started off teaching women first. It was never men. But once I realized how difficult that was, and it pretty much was not really so much a scripture-based thing, because you guys know I'm a scripture guy. It was for the husband's job to be teaching his woman, and hopefully a husband shouldn't be marrying a broken woman in the first place. I kind of left that alone. So I'm saying this to say that for a man who's tried and worked on women before, and I've had success and failures, it is not our job to fix broken women.
Absolutely, man. Well said. Broken women, man. That's the thing. Broken little pieces. And I like to say this too, man. When we're talking about broken women, guess who broke her? She broke herself. How can you in a society say that she has the power of absolute choice and freedom and say it's somebody else's responsibility? I find that amazing. And shout out to Afi Kingdom for his super chat. Brother TMT, are you live yet, brother? Okay, we're going to give TMT probably a little while to get in here. He's having technical difficulties still. But TMT, when you're able to show up, brother, and let us know you're here and let us know you're back. Brother AM1, back to you.
Yeah, man. No, it's a real crazy game. Just like I talk about that a lot. I've talked about it on a lot of different hangouts. The idea that ultimately we don't control our own narrative. And I say we as far as the realms of Black folks, period. We don't control a comparable mainstream media where we get to dictate what our culture is, what our narrative is, what our group is all about. And it's so mired down and blended in with mainstream pop culture. They got us into a position of wanting to be the minstrel show entertainment. They want us to really dial in and embrace the coonery, buffoonery type shit where we're just entertainment for everybody else. They've made it to where we want to embrace the culture of just being on some bottom of the barrel nigga shit. And it's to the point where people are being empowered by that. This goes for men and women. In direct relation to women, women have that P power that a lot of men want, a lot of young brothers want, a lot of misguided young brothers want. So we're in a situation where mainstream pop culture is just breeding more dusty, raggedy dudes who are jumping through hoops to appease these dusty, raggedy women. And it's further bolstering and solidifying this mentality where they think they can throw the P around, they can throw sexuality around, and there's no repercussions for that. And oddly enough, dudes are still supposed to come to the rescue and save them when they get all that out their system, after they then tried to pin down 100 dudes trying to get free dinners, trying to play them in hopes that, you know, they're going to get the free food and attention, trying to play into the fact that they want a little bit of pussy. It's crazy, bro. It's weird on both sides. I see it. And then we got brothers that have been talking a lot on the manosphere. Shout out to Ramil, some other brothers like, no, brothers need to really focus on being the best man they can be. They want to call us dusty, raggedy, all that. Let's focus on us being the best we can be. And a lot of people get pushed back on that. It's like they really want to see Black men pinned down into just being dusty and raggedy. This goes for other Black men and a lot of Black women who say, where's the good Black men? Well, when Black men start talking about being the best men they can be, they get real shook about that because they quickly realize they're going to realize we don't have that much to offer. Outside of some vagina, most women don't have anything to offer. When you truly rocking at your fullest capacity, at your highest potential capacity as a man, you quickly realize the only thing you need or only thing you want, you don't even need it, is just some vagina. And that's cool, but that ain't gonna build you a house. That ain't gonna build you an empire unless you got them girls out there working for you. And not everybody can do that. So it's really weird, man. It's they got people pinned down in a weird sort of way. Again, we don't control the mainstream. We don't control our narrative. They really got our people programmed into just locking in on some real like shady frequencies that are just, it's just all bad. But grand scheme of things, look, when brothers really start shaping up and sharpening up and realizing, hey, these women ain't got too much for me, it's a good look for us and a dangerous game for the rest of the world. I'll leave it at that.
Dangerous game. Appreciate the AM1. Sazzle F says, peace to the panel. Thank you for that super chat. We got grown man business in the house. He says, one word for this panel, epic. Thank you, GMB. We got my brother Solo TV84 says, peace and say, salute to the chat. Ram is the GOAT. I appreciate that so low. BK Born Shaheed with the super chat. Thank you, BK Born, for your super chat, man. I appreciate your generosity. Harambe with the super chat says they don't want to see us ball dog. They want to see us fall. Absolutely, brother. Appreciate that, Harambe. We have Messy Thrills with the super chat. Appreciate you, Messy Thrills. He says, salute to the top shelf content creators on the panel. This is what real men sound like. Keep up the great content, gentlemen. Salute and salute to you, brother. Appreciate that super chat, brother. TMT, we back in yet?
You can hear me?
There we go. Thinking Man's Templar. Chime in, brother.
Yo, what's going on to everybody? Thinking Man's Templar, man. Another day. Thanks for having this panel. Hangouts, I don't know what's wrong with it. I couldn't get myself to unmute myself. It had me on like 2 calls at the same time, so I didn't have any control over it. But I want to shout out everybody on the panel. It's a great lineup of brothers. Master Limbo, what's up? Book of Alpharonomy, Male Enlightenment, got Villain in here. Definitely Affy, AM1, and then of course Black Ram in the chat. I hope everybody's blessed. You're having a great week leading into the weekend. We're talking about women bringing things to the table. Is that correct, Ram?
Absolutely. So my question is, should we be in the business of building broken women?
I don't think they deserve that. You know, I've been broken before. A lot of us been through all types of turmoil and lost it all. I know a Villain was in the military, been through traumatic experiences of all types, and we figured out a way to put ourselves back together with nobody's help and nobody offering any assistance outside of maybe a couple of brothers online who have similar experiences. But brokenness in a woman is eternal. It comes from a deeper part of that person. Men can be broken in their environment, and a man to be spiritually broken, he can always seek the Most High and get himself some type of understanding. But being that women are not spiritual, they do not truly access the Most High for their wisdom, their brokenness is way deeper, especially once they already cross that path. And this is just another way to saying, are women even savable or salvageable at this point? And I think, like BOA said, the society has invested too much in their brokenness. It's profitable for women to be broken. It sells movies, it sells music, it gets people in the seats to watch this train wreck happen in slow motion. I don't think people want to see how far it goes. Political parties profit from brokenness by offering policies that almost give her a way out, a backdoor exit from her, I guess, consequences to her actions, abortion laws, things like that. These things are politicized, that a woman's brokenness is now profitable for the people in power to continue to keep society off balance the way it is. Because it's almost like as if they require society to be off balance so that they can continue to have their power over people, because the family structure is broken, the children are being broken, everything she births is being broken, so that the men alone cannot revolutionize much without having their counterparts. And this is all races of men. So I think as black men, we've fought too much, we've lost too much, we've gained too much, and here we are as a group, you know, as men that some men have traveled the world and have still survived, have businesses, and still have their eloquence, their mind state, and still have the potential, you know, brothers in their 40s and still feel like you're 30, you're beating the clock, you're feeling well, life is opened up to you now. And you think at this point, the best opportunity for you is to pull up someone who's already broken, that can't be fixed, you know? I'm not a magician, I don't know magic, and I don't know the proper formula to bring these women back to a state of grace, but I feel like that train is already past the station. And as a lot of men can agree in this chat and in this panel, it's a big world out there where there are women who aren't broken, who are still themselves, and they still can be women of melanated descent. It doesn't mean they have to be of another race, but it's just that, unfortunately, the internet has opened up the options of a lot of thinking men to the world. And I think that's the way we need to use that opportunity, instead of running back to the plantation, to go ahead and get this blessing that the Most High has given us by making the world smaller, and then go be a part of it. That's what I answer.
Very well said, TMT. Very well said. I got another question for the panel, and I'll ask this to Dr. BOA and then Male Enlightenment TV, and then we're going to go around. Not only are we asked to fix the broken thought, but here's the problem. It would have been one thing, gentlemen. It would be one thing, gentlemen, if she was repentant. It would be one thing if she actually wanted to be fixed. That doesn't mean we'll necessarily want to do it. But it's one thing if she humbled herself. But that's not what we're dealing with. Book of Alpha Running with the super chat says we have to focus on our people, not our women, without putting ourselves in a position of leadership. We're in no shape to be healers. We need healing. Absolutely, BOA. So here's the thing, brother Book of Alpha Running. I'm going to pass this question around to the chat. So not only is she broken, we get that. She broke herself. But the female, the succubus, she's broken. However, she doesn't believe she's broken. She believes that her promiscuity is a plus. She believes that she's liberated. She believes that she's strong and powerful. So now the saying is, with this hot girl summer stuff, now the popular saying now is that not only is she a hot girl, not only is she how can I say, unstoppable, right? This is her mindset. And shout out to the Reality of Fitness, just checking in. Salute to all the brothers. This is her attitude, right? The new mantra now, I don't know if you guys have seen it in the chat room or in the panel, but it was some woman, I think she was on Derek Jackson's channel, talking about and having a new mantra. She's calling for women not to, and herself, not to date. No dates, right? No dates for gentlemen, right? No dates for men. No dates for anybody unless you're paying her bills. So here's the thing. You say she's broken, right? But she's beyond repair. She doesn't even want to be fixed. She doesn't want to be healed. She doesn't even want to come and humble herself to the guys, to the men. She doesn't want any of that. Shout out to Brown Hornet. It says dropping this off as a sign, off on the side of the panel. Also, salute to the all-star panel. Appreciate you, Brown Hornet. So the arrogance of the succubus with a new mantra saying no dates unless you're paying her bills. She's telling you to come and bow down to her. She's saying she doesn't need fixing. You have any thoughts on this, brother BOA? The idea that she says she's not going to even date you. She's not going to even sit across the table with you. You can't even take her out to dinner unless you're paying some bills. And the thoughts are all in with this. What do you say, brother BOA?
This is my saying, man. When you listen to that and you see the type of support it gets, see what these few men who say we need to heal, because I don't know many men who say it. There are a few. What they don't understand is that I'm not going to let you put a cast on my leg if I think I'm walking on that motherfucker just fine.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm on the court playing basketball, you can't come and tell me, hey, let me put a cast on your broken leg. She sees the benefit simply because too many men think like these men. Let's heal them. See, if you want to heal them, then you'll pay them. You'll do whatever they want you to do. Whatever, who's going to determine how she needs to be healed? What are the steps to healing her? In her mind, the steps to healing her are paying her bills if you want to date. The steps to healing her are all worldly. She doesn't understand spirituality. She understands religion. She doesn't understand the Most High. The only way you can ever heal anyone is spiritually. How can you heal a being spiritually who doesn't even respect the fact that God isn't a woman? When we're talking about a woman saying, I'm not going to go out on a date, do you understand that is a slap in the face of the many men who value simply having a woman in their face while they're going out to eat? Simply having a woman on their arm while they're going out to catch a movie? She is simply saying, I know how much you value me. I know you need me. I know I'm the most valuable thing in your life, and you're going to have to pay just to be in my company. Why would I save her? Why would I save her? She's in perfectly good condition. The problem is we got to stop looking at them as if they're in a bad position. See, when you think you need to save someone, that means you think that they're in an emergency situation. Their life is in danger. Their health is in danger. Somebody's about to kidnap them or kill them or something. Does she sound like she's about to be hurt? There's nothing wrong with thoughts. Just like there's nothing wrong with thugs. There's nothing wrong with gangsters. There's nothing wrong with homosexuals. There's nothing wrong with any of that. All of us are not going to be righteous. All women are not going to be good. True. It doesn't matter if all of us, if every man in America, every black man says we're going to save them. Man, we'll probably only be able to glean about 10% of them out of that. Is that even worth the hassle? Nope. And those 10%, if you don't get them out of this country, guess what's going to happen? Within a year, they're all going to be thoughts again. Many women decide that they're going to be thoughts. I've had a chick tell me once, she said, from now on, I'm just going to be a side chick because side chicks win. I've also had a chick tell me, y'all love thoughts. Why in the hell would I want to heal someone whose mind is so twisted? You can't, listen, man, you can't even get an overweight woman, man, to cut back on sugar. She doesn't want to heal. She's totally accepting of everything about herself. And I sure ain't finna put no gun in her head and say, come here, the woman, let me heal thou. They can have it, Ram. I'm good.
Yeah, man. Very well said, brother. Very well.
You mind if I just add on to what the brother said?
Go ahead, bro.
What we gotta understand is that for women to say that they're outright telling you that they're prostitutes, you understand? They're making it to where if you can still find yourself to be in a simp frame of mind, there has to be some type of deficiency with you. They're actually screaming it at the top of the mountains that they're whores and prostitutes. Let's just be for real. You understand? And what brothers have to understand is that this world belongs to Satan. This is done, right? This is confinement. This is captivity. You're not gonna find certain things in captivity, no matter what you try. This world for men like us, outside of the couple of things we find beauty and peace and tranquility in, that we seek out, the rest of this is literally hell. And I'm not saying it in a figuratively speaking, because there's no way that a man of righteousness and that thinks on his feet can hear that and not realize 20 years down the line the ramifications of a mentality like that on a younger generation of women and what's going to come from that. We know what's going to come from that mentality. You understand? And there's certain things that have been put into place, certain ideologies when it comes to women and men that allow women to get that far away from logic and truth. They're not even in there. They believe their truth, but they're living in a world of lies and delusions. And it's really not it's really sad, you know, when you think about it, because, you know, just like I said in the video, you got to let her life be her consequences. Let her life be her judgment. You know, there's thousands upon thousands of women who thought that way in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you know, and there's some that came up a little bit or may have gotten over on a couple of good brothers or, you know, whatever the case may be. But in the sense of it, they still lost in the end because they lost their souls. You understand? These women out here are soulless. They're just hunks of meat. Remember you said that, Black Ram? They're just animated hunks of flesh.
Yep.
You know, and it's like when you see it that way, and it's almost like they dehumanize themselves on that level. So you look at this and they realize that social media is the only thing that they can actually look animated on. You know, raising the colors of their face and giving themselves blush and highlights and things to make them look alive, but they're really not. You understand? We can't get caught up in the mentality of women who are literally dead walking. And it's messed up because, and shout out to King Richards, I see him in the chat. When they announce themselves and say that we're all prostitutes, as low value as women are, I'm not going to sit with a man unless he's paying my bills. That's delusional. Mm-hmm. That's a woman who's almost guaranteeing she'll be alone in most aspects of her life. So it's like, it's almost laughable in a sense to hear them speak. And for a man to pay the bills to being around such a empty vessel, you know, it's almost, it's ridiculous. You know, that's my opinion.
Well said, brother. Well said. Let me read a couple of these super chats real quick. We got a stacked panel and it is lit. JT Cavett number 2 says, Ecclesiastes 7:26 says, I find the woman who is a snare to be more bitter than death. The man whom pleases the Most High will escape her. Wayman Brown with the super chat. Appreciate you, Wayman, with his second super chat. Appreciate that. And we have Michael Young with the super chat. It says, it's like she's trying to sell a used car with high mileage, with all liabilities and damages included, pretty much, as is my opinion. Absolutely, brother. Brother Ohim, what do you have to say? And shout out to King Richards in the building, also BGS if more. Brother Ohim, what do you have to say when the female says you got to pay her bills, even if you want the honor, the privilege to take her out to dinner? And well, I'll save the second part for the next question. But what do you think about that, Brother Ohim?
Okay, so what you got to understand is you are bearing witness to the unintended consequences of self-delusion and narcissism. And what I mean by that is, you know, to add on to what TMT was saying and BOA was saying, you have to understand that the concept of Satan or the devil or Satan, this being or this entity is the most beautiful thing that you've ever seen in your life. And of course it has to be, because how can I get you to walk into hell if it's not attractive, right? So feminism, it on its surface, it was beautiful, right? Because it gave them independence and freedom. They could, you know, be sexually free. They could be educated. They could go get jobs. They didn't have to depend on men. They could, you know, basically run their own lives. And that seemed attractive. And of course, they didn't see that the contract was written by this dark force, right? So what are we looking at today when a woman is saying she doesn't want to go on a date? You have to pay her bills. This is desperation. This is a desperate attempt to try to attract men, right? Because what she is actually telling you is she is in dire straits financially. She is sinking because she gave in to this dark presence and she went to school and it seemed beautiful on the surface. But now you have $100,000 debt that you have to pay over 20 years. That's the part you didn't see, right? Mm-hmm. And then you went and got that job and you thought you was winning with that. But now you have to get up at 4 o'clock every morning, and you got to get stuck in that bumper to bumper traffic, or you're stuck in the subway. And then once you get out of that, you got to go sit at that cubicle, and you have to do this every day, 40 hours a week for 40 years. These are the things that they did not understand. They didn't understand that giving into feminism and giving themselves away sexually would totally obliterate their value in terms of the sexual marketplace. They didn't understand that it meant that they would never be married, or they would produce bastard children, or they would be alone forever. So these are the things that they gave into, and they didn't realize that they were being sold lies. So when I see a woman on social media talking about a man has to pay her bills, I see desperation. I see somebody who is struggling financially and is in deep debt. There's a institute, the National Institute of Retirement Security. It says that women are 80% more likely to be impoverished in retirement, right? So you see that these women are finding out the hard way without being one in a relationship, that they without that man by their side, they can't financially make it. They're dying. And I think that this is what this is all ultimately about.
Wow, well said, brother. Well said. Anybody else want to chime in? What do you got to say about that villain Von Doom?
Let me holler at that too.
Okay.
I agree with my brother. I totally agree, and to be quite honest, brother, I've lost interest in these women a long time ago over here, and my interest totally went overseas. It was just a better option for me as far as finding that feminine quality. And, I look at it like this. These women have serious mental issues going on today. And, I deal with my own personal traumas. I don't have time to kind of deal with that energy, I look to enlighten brothers and hope brothers can see, like, the best thing you can do is work with what you have and what God has blessed you with, and just, leave these women to be in their own nasty energy, just move on, just move forward, and work on yourself. Whatever you have going on, focus on that, because it's not worth it. It's a trap. And that's why I say, I don't really deal with them at all. I just totally cut that out. I'd rather travel, enjoy my life when I can, take care of my son and just see the world. And it's less heartache and headache. And I believe that's what keeps me young and keeps me healthy, mentally strong too. Because, I've seen a lot of wars, I've seen a lot of death, and I still deal with a lot of that stuff. And I just want to move forward and move past all that, because I was raised in a place where trauma was like, it was an everyday thing. And no one wanted to acknowledge that, hey, we got this thing in our head that's keeping us angry and mad at each other and hateful. And to this day, it still goes on in my family. So I see that in a lot of these women, and it completely turned me off years ago. So now I just I let it be what it is. If I run into someone and we have something going on, it happens, then fine. If it don't, it doesn't matter. What matters right now is just taking care of myself and my son, and making sure my mental health and my physical health is maintained. And I think some of these brothers out here that's giving all this energy to these females, they're doing is keeping that cycle going. And good luck to those brothers when they wind up getting drained or getting caught in some of the traps that I was caught in. And it took a lot to wake me up. An IED couldn't do it, but dealing with a particular person, it woke me up and it turned my life around. So my mission in life is to help as many brothers as I can to navigate your way through life and possibly not make the same mistakes I made, or not mistakes. I call it missteps, brother. You know what I'm saying? It was just missteps. But you're better off just focusing on whatever you have going on, your personal dreams, your personal goals. because we're so expendable in this country, and a lot of these females are working right along with this beast to see us, destroyed and exterminated. So focus on yourselves, man. That's all I got to say on that. Sorry if I got a little off topic, but that's how I feel about that.
No problem, Billy.
Let me tag on to the end of that ram if you don't mind.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me read the super chats real quick, and then I'll get you and Mr. Limber in real quick. Ian Yezak says, let her life be her consequence. Women at my job was cheating on her husband. Now she comes to work with bumps on her lips. Wow. Let me get a couple. Julian, thank you for your super chat, dear brother. Let me see if we got another. Xanatos Clutch in the building says Manosphere and Red Pill Horror Fun. And Mishael 7 says, salute to the dream team. Drop that knowledge. Appreciate you, bro. BOA, I'm gonna go to you, and then I'll go to Mr. Limber, and then we're gonna go to Afi and Thinking Man's Templar. Go ahead, brother.
All right, this won't be long, man. I think we're getting beside ourselves here, man, because a lot of these things are spoken under the guise of righteousness, but we have to keep in mind what our circumstances are in this country. We're here as a punishment.
Truth.
Like, the only thing we need to focus on as black men is repairing our relationship with the Most High. Nothing comes before that. So to put energy into repairing anything or healing anyone, hey man, the most important relationship that we have to heal is our relationship with the Most High. And that relationship is not based on what our women have become. It is based on what our forefathers became, and the fact that we are still continuing down that path that they set out on. We have to heal ourselves with the Most High, and everything else, who knows? Maybe he'll do us like he told Moses. Don't worry about those women. Let's go over here. I'll make you some more women. We don't know what his plan is, but we know the number one thing that we need to focus on as black men is healing our relationship with the Most High and telling the brothers to understand that they need to develop a relationship with the Most High. That's all I'm about, man. This whole thing about, man, we need to go out there and heal the women and all of that, man. Hey, bro, I'm going to be honest with you. They've been on the path they've been on, man, since the 60s and 70s, bro. They didn't just wake up one day and say, this is what we're going to be. This is what their daddy, big government, has made them. Uncle Sam, see, he's our uncle. He's their dad. So Uncle Sam, their dad, their pappy, has given them this life, their gift, for willingly playing their role in the systemic dissolution of the black family unit.
Let me expand on that real quick, if I can, Ryan.
Go ahead real quick, AM1, and then Mr. Limber, I want Mr. Limber next for sure.
Yeah, my bad about that. No, just what the last few brothers have said is extremely important, and I want to make sure everybody hearing this, and we'll hear it later, understands. This is about social conditioning. That's the kind of work I do as visual media, and I understand the whole repetition factor and how it all relates to social conditioning. If somebody can repeat the same messages over and over and over and instill that in your mind, especially if they can do it by way of emotion. So what we're dealing with is the government, essentially, Uncle Sam, just like BOA was saying, manipulating the minds of people who are driven more so by emotions, and that's women. We know what that is. And then they'll take the more emotional sex in women, and then also use people who have come from more of an impoverished or state of lack. Mix those two things together, and you have a group of people who are ripe for mind control, and you can mind control them to be weaponized against their own men. We know black men, the ultimate target on our backs, because if we are firing on all cylinders, we could actually change the game as far as the whole landscape of the world, the whole world economy. So they know we're a big threat. So it makes perfect sense that they will weaponize black women against us. It makes perfect sense. So it's a social conditioning thing. People really need to understand that. They're susceptible to it. They're using them, and it's working beautifully. They think everything is all good, but they're being walked into a trap. Sooner or later, they're going to need us. The trick is they need us way more than we need them. So this all sounds doom and gloom, but it is a beautiful thing, because this is cornering black men to a position to say, hey, you're going to have to overcome what your nuts and your dick and your balls are telling you You're gonna have to really overcome your hormones and use this time to really hone in on yourself and your skills and your purpose here. So all in all, it's a good thing what's happening here. It's a dangerous game. They're gonna back us into a corner. Now it's all about how we respond. Hey, I just turned 41 yesterday.
Hey,
So
welcome to the 41 Club, AM1.
Hey, I appreciate you. So this message really goes for the 21-year-olds. This goes for the 19-year-olds, the 17-year-olds. Really understand what's being done and how much they're trying to pin black men into a corner. And it's a matter of how we respond to it. Do we fall into their trap, allow them to weaponize women against us and weaponize our own hormones against us? Or do we use this to really forge ourselves into some whole other sword, a whole other blade that we've never seen before? Go ahead, brothers. I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Limba, you haven't talked in a while. You want to chime in, brother?
Yes. I want to say this. First, I want to thank my brother, the good Dr. BOA, for making his spiritual points, because he always bring up the Most High. And you see, guys have to understand this. I'm a piggyback off BOA's spiritual points, is that the devil is the deceiver, and the devil steps in when a righteous man is absent. And in this case with the woman, what we're realizing, both the succubus and all the other nationalities of women, is that once the man was absent, one for the succubus in slavery, you see, the power of the man was absent, the deceiver stepped in. And just like Eve in the garden, she bit into that fruit. So at this point, she's in the fallen state. She has already fallen. And only the Most High is going to save her. Only the Most High is going to pull her out, because she's already fallen. And the thing is, you mentioned the lady that said that a man must pay bills before she would even go out on a date with him. In other words, he got to pay in order for her to give him an opportunity to pay again. Absolutely. And take her out and wine and dine her. This is an individual who has been in the absence of the righteous man for so long that the deceiver have stepped in and convinced her to bite into that forbidden fruit. She is so far gone, there's no bringing her back. And at some point, black men specifically gonna have to understand that they're gonna have to have a separation completely. Now, I do understand some brothers' points on YouTube that if they are already a problem, don't even partake of their issue. You see, so that I could agree with, because I, for myself personally, I don't even, and I believe the brother Van Doom said this, I don't even interact with them anymore. I'm just done, because it's so toxic that you're gonna find yourself in a situation where you're probably in prison trying to deal with these type of females. It's so far gone. And I want to touch on another point where, based on the title of the stream, what can she really bring to the table? We have to ask ourselves, does she even know what the table is at this point?
Exactly. And when we definitely want to have a larger discussion on what the table is.
Yeah, because I don't think she understands what the table is, because, to me, the table is the man's mission. And it's what she brings to your mission.
Hey, Mr. Limba.
Yeah.
I want you to hold on to that point, man. And I want you to bring that back up in a few minutes, because that's actually the next question I want to pose to the panel. So I want you to just hold that for a minute, and we're going to have that discussion real quick. I want to go to Afi Kingdom, and then I want to go to Solo TV 84, Solomon Jones, and then we got Darius M in the building. Brother Afi, you got anything you want to add to that, fam?
Yo, what's going on? I think one of the key problems is that, how I want to say this without being redundant. Okay, for instance, me, guys don't really know what a lot of it is the single parent home shit. Guys don't really know what a real man is because they never seen one before. So that's the first thing. So the second thing, what happens is they look for other males that don't know what the hell they're talking about to teach them to be a man. When the men that they're looking up to don't know how to be men. So the third thing, what happens is men, since we don't know how to be a man, and we're raised around women. A lot of us, we put too much value on the women. See, when we're children, um, you know, the women, they nurture us, they tell us these things. Now it takes for you to grow up to understand the dynamics of maybe her and your father were split up, and with you're a child, that's all that you know.
True.
But as you become a man, you get to accept the fuckery that was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a kid, that's just mom and dad. But as a man dealing with women as you're on your own, you kind of understand that. So I think if men really tapped into themselves, and like me, for instance, I'm just a happy person, man. People say I'm always smiling, yeah, because I'm living my best life. Um, and I've had a lot of women in my days, and I've smutted them out to the point where I cannot value it. I see what it is. I figured that out already, and they're just like pawns on my chessboard, man. Um, about bringing things to the table, you have to know what your table is. Like Mr. Limbo was saying, a woman, when she comes across a man, like a lot of stuff that men complain about on YouTube and stuff, I don't relate to because I don't deal with women in the way that they do, and I don't value them enough to where they can even try me the way that they try the guys. You see, that's what I'm saying. So that's a part of the game. Women do these things and stuff like that, and even damsel in distress and manipulate man because they can, because they've done it, they've seen it, and they've been successful with it. So us as men, we need to just value ourselves, and that way, when you do interact with women, they'll see your value, and then the validation is always on you. I can't chase a woman like I feel like I'm so much more than her, and I mean, whoever don't like it, that's just, I mean, sorry, because it's just what it is. I cannot, every woman that you meet, guys, she's showing you where she is in life by the decisions she's made for the most part. So if you meet a woman and she's 30 something and she's where she's at, that's because of the decision she's made. You need to appraise her before you figure out how much time, validation, and effort you want to give her for the outcome that you may need or want.
Word up.
Well said. We got Solo TV 84 in the building. What up, Solo?
Hey, what's good? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, it sound like you taking a shower back there, brother.
My niggas hiding their faces and shit, man.
No, I'm not taking a shower. That's not me.
Oh, okay. Mute your mics, gentlemen. Mute your mics. What up, Solo? What you got to say, brother? The question is, we have ladies talking about, in order to sit down with them at the dinner table, that you must pay her bills.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with that, brother?
You know, it's funny, Ram, that you got this particular topic because I just posted a video earlier this week. What do you bring to the table, part 2, where I was interviewing a young lady, right? And it's also funny because I know the Derek Jackson video that you're referencing, and that particular woman, number one, the way she was speaking about it, you could tell she's very uncouth. You know what I mean? Number two, the type of dude that she's looking for sounds like she's looking for a baller like a Drake or a Chris Brown or some dude like that. And at the end of the day, when you got to bring these up, why should a man have to pay your bills to take you out on a date? Now, I mean, you see how arrogant these women have gotten. They've completely lost their humility that they can go on the internet and talk about what a man has to do when they haven't even brought anything to the table yet. So you want to do to what? Pay your mortgage, your cell phone bill, your hairs and nails to get done. But for what? What have you done to deserve that? Let's just say that. What have you even done to deserve that type of treatment if a man were to treat you that way? So it just goes to show you the entitlement and delusion of most of these modern succubus, and how completely out of touch with reality they are. And this particular woman, don't make no mistake, Ram, there's probably a sucker that is willing to pay her bills and to take her on a date. But guess what? She would never respect them. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, this is the type of female that, who's struggling. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's obvious from her talking points. And I personally, I mean, I wouldn't even look her way, to be honest.
Exactly.
So could I add to that?
Hold on 1 second, Ohim. Let me get Darius, and then I'll go to you, brother.
Oh,
Darius M in the building. What's up, bro?
What's going on, man? My bad. I'm kind of late. I was handling some business and whatnot.
Oh, no problem, brother. Hey, people were asking about you. I told them that you would be here.
Who's
And,
asking about me, man?
people in the chat. They was like, "Hey, what
chat?
Darius? All we need is Darius in the building."
Yeah, man. I was doing some shit. But what's the question, man? What's the issue?
So we have ladies today saying that in order to even take her out to dinner, that you must be paying her bills even before she'll go to dinner with you.
Hey, here's the thing, and I talked about it on my Patreon. This is what's going on, guys, because I always look much deeper into female fuckery. What's going on is they're shooting for the stars. They know they're not good enough. Okay, they don't listen, guys. They don't mean any of these. They know they're not. They don't deserve these things because don't you notice the women that's saying all this stuff? They're either single mothers, succubus, black women, older. They got issues, so they're shooting. It's like they're casting their net into the ocean, hopefully hoping that they get, or casting their line. Excuse me, hoping they get some big, a prize or something like that. They know they're not good enough, but like the guy just said before me, some guy, there's some thirsty simp, some loser that will say, "Hey, I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to pay your bills, buy you things." But again, she will not respect them. And if she doesn't respect him, excuse me, she will never stay sexually attracted to him. These women, they delusional, they lost, and they're single. And again, what do they bring to the table? And I've asked this too. I'm like, what do you women bring to the table that you want a man to pay all your bills, all this stuff? Are you bringing submission? Can you cook? Can you bake? Can you do all these things? And when you ask them this, they're like, "Oh, I'm not doing it for a man." So if you don't want to submit, like how, that doesn't make any sense. If you want a man to pay your bills and do all these things, what are you willing to do for him? And they never have an answer. They just say, "Oh well, I'm just gonna show up." Like that, that's how entitled these women are. They think their presence is good enough for a man to take care of them. Like it's crazy, man.
Absolutely, man. And I'm gonna chime in a second. Male Enlightenment Television, brother Ohim, you got something to say? And then we're gonna go to Thinking Man's Templar, and then I'll give my 2 cents. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I wanted to add it to what Solo TV84 said. Basically, when you look at it, what you are seeing is that, and this is my belief. I believe that this is desperation. So, like, you look, we have in the last Google Hangouts, right? Why is this happening? This is happening because this MGTOW It More lifestyle is spreading faster than they ever anticipated. So what I think is that their pool of simps and betas is getting smaller every day. So these bold statements that they're making is a cry for help, is desperation. Is they're finding out that men are becoming more enlightened every day. They're not taking women on dates. They're not trying to spend money on them. I think that pool is getting very small, and I think this is a desperate attempt. This is like back against the wall, crippling financial debt, desperation right here. That's what I think we're looking at.
They're holding a losing hand, and they know they're losing, and they're trying to put on a real solid poker face, while cats are really realizing you holding a bunch of nothing, and they really trying to raise and act like they holding something that's gonna not kill the game. And a lot of brothers like, look, we ain't trying to play anyway, so you can keep fronting with all the poker faces you want. Y'all gonna lose either way, because guess what? Brothers need to understand, they need us more than we need them. And also, brothers, stop paying to get to know a stranger. Say it with me. Don't pay to get to know a stranger. Sorry for that cut in. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And I did a video talking about that with Foodie Call. Thinking Man's Templar. You want to add your 2 cents, and then I'll go last?
Yeah. Shout out to Master Limba. I know I know he's a rare spotted star So it's like he's on here. It's kind of ill. But
Yeah, it is.
um, man, I think it's almost like they're projecting their value, you know, in an extreme way, because you know, as I know, I'm sure as everyone's speaking, you know, your gears are turning, and I was just listening. I'm thinking to myself, and you know, I think it's because there's no other place for them to get that support from men. So now, being just like off what Mel Lightman said, he said that they're trying to. These are desperate moves, like hot girl summer. It's almost like saying, well, since y'all don't want us, fuck it, we just going to act ridiculously retarded and ratchet. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I don't think we really realized how much this stuff was going to reach out and touch other people and other men. You know what I'm saying? Like most of the cats on here, I can remember when they channels was like I remember when Black Ram had like 2,500.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I remember when Darius was in under 1,000 in BOA. You know, I remember this, and we were just telling our stories and being honest. And all of a sudden, people started listening, and you started relating to people, and people started relating to you. Man, I've been through that too. And then it just spread because it's the truth, right? And I think on the women's side, the collateral damage is a desperate plea almost to say, because if you like Darius said, when you break down what she's really saying, when she says you got to pay my bills to take me on a date, it's almost like throwing something to the wall hoping it'll stick. Like I just need one dude to listen to this bullshit and believe it. Like they believe that in desperation they're pulling out all the stops. Like I think in the next couple of years it's going to be a lot more extreme cases like that, of women taking men to court for ridiculous amounts of money, like Kevin Garnett levels. You see what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like this is going to become all too common, and we're going to have to watch a lot of brothers go down with the ship, you know, that haven't, you know, gripped on to something. It's almost like you're going to see a lot more rebellious feats by women to show that they don't care if men don't want them, when all they're doing is jumping off a cliff together. You know, as if it's like almost women are so twisted in their brains, they feel like destroying themselves is hurting us. So they're like, we're going to destroy ourselves. Like if someone's about to get caught by the police and they're like, put the gun to their head, like, I'll blow my brains out. Everybody back up. You know, it's almost like that's what they're doing. They're almost like, listen, I'll destroy myself. Y'all guys want to act like this? Listen, I'll jump off this bridge. And they realize they're not understanding the message, because their delusion of understanding that men's love comes through this kind of discipline and critique and assistance. You know, they look in it as if it's hatred. That's what they've been programmed. Again, the programming conversation is deep. They've been programmed to believe that men that stand for anything when it comes to women automatically hate them. You know, automatically have this immense hatred for them. And if that was really true, you know, men would keep silent and let you destroy yourself and wouldn't even look twice. But they automatically taking that men are online trying to put the information out to save other brothers, but in the collateral damage, there are women that listen too, that be like, damn, I didn't know. They have no idea men think like this. This is how much a lot of women don't have any idea how men truly feel. And they've been with countless men. You see what I'm saying? They've been living in such a bubble of lies that when men tell them the truth, they automatically take it as an emotional hatred. So now in their desperate plea to either try to grip onto something or to get some type of admiration from men, they're almost like, I'll jump off a bridge and show that I'm just a straight prostitute. You know, being that you don't care, I don't care. You know, but at the end of the day, if this message does spread, say, you know, a lot of men with sense are going to look at that as comical, you know, but I'm kind of like where Villain and Limber, you know, I kind of keep my distance. You know what I'm saying? Every man on here has probably had enough women to go through life 2 times over, and it's like you have to kind of think in essence of, you know, my spiritual path has been my number one goal. You know, trying to understand the scriptures, understand where I participate in these words that were written, and trying to get a better understanding. You, Ram, you know, we had these conversations, and I'm asking you just to help me understand this stuff better, and because I never was taught that. But it's just a desperate plea to show that they have some type of value. Because if they trying to say I'm worth a man paying my bills just to speak to me, you know, I think it's just all just desperation, flat out. That's all I can think of in extremes, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm gonna give my 2 cents, and then I want Mr. Limber to go in on what he was about to talk about, because that's going to be the next question. We have 555 watching, but only 373 likes. If you're in the chat, likes are free. Hit that like button, people. I see 376. Let me get at least 450 likes with 555 people watching. Let me read a couple of super chats. Judah says, Matthew 6 and verse 19, lay not up treasures for yourselves upon the earth, where moth and rust do corrupt, where the thieves break in through and steal. Wolf in Alpha Tire says, chick told me she was the table one time. I asked what she brings to the table. I told her, get on all fours and serve me then. Hey, that's real right there. Renzel Jetson with the super chat. He says, the BW will go down swinging. We're seeing it right now. Absolutely. And we have Alpha Doom X. He says, ain't enough money in the world that's worth, let me scroll down. Excuse me. Ain't enough money in the world that's worth this knowledge on this epic panel. Appreciate that, Alpha Doom X. Let me drop my 2 cents in real quick. And I'll get them likes up, peoples. We have an all-star panel, mega panel. I mean, for the first time, we have an assembly of men. We have Thinking Man's Templar, the Villain Von Doom, Soul TV 84, Mr. Limbo, Book of Alpha Running, Mail Enlightenment TV, Darius M, AM1, Affy Kingdom, all on one panel. The least you can do is hit that like button right here in this room, right here, right now. I don't think you can get better than this on the tube. Sorry. Now, my take on this, gentlemen, I think this speaks to her ultra arrogance. See, what she's saying when she says, hey, you have to take me on a date, not only just a date, but a dinner date to a nice restaurant, but you also have to pay my bills just to get my attention so that I may or may not choose you. You have to pay my bills and take me out to dinner for the right, as somebody else said on the panel, to do it over again. You're on an interview and you have to give me your best foot forward. I believe that she really believes this. And the only reason why she says such a thing, the only reason why she can fix her mouth. And here's the thing. We think it's just this female. No, I'm in the field, man. Stop listening to these guys who ain't been in the field in months, days, weeks, years. Forget that. I'm in the field. And I've ran across old females, 30s and 40s, who believe the same thing. This is what it is. Let me just tell you guys the truth. What everybody said was right. What everybody said on this panel was right. I just want to add this one thing. The reason why she can fix her lips to say such a thing, we have to understand this succubus, this female, really believes that she is 100% better than you. All men, particularly the black man, is beneath her. She really believes this. Her arrogance is so extreme that she thinks you as a man have to beg and crawl and spend all your resources on her. She really believes that she's a queen, a goddess. And this society backs her up on that. She really believes that you are under her feet. She believes that you are lower than the ground that you walk on. The European, probably not so. Shout out to Gab Talk TV, Gab Talk Live. For the European, don't have to jump through those hoops. But you, old black man, you must qualified. You must spend. You must simp for her. You must be submitted to her with your wallet first now. See, and you as a black man, you don't have enough intellect, enough heart, enough soul to impress her. She's not worried about that. It's 100% superficial. You're not a human being, you're a human doing. What can you do for me, is she saying? She's so great that in order to even get in her company, you have to come giving oblations, like a pagan god wanting a sacrifice. What can you sacrifice for me? And if you can't do it, she'll go on to the next simp and the next simp and the next simp without end. Because she really believes, man. She really believes she's better than you. And with that attitude, I can't go. And this is why we have to look past her. She's too far gone. She doesn't even deserve to be breathing the same air, sitting in the same room as us. But yet and still, she really feels that her value as a person, as an individual, as a human being is far greater than yours. So I believe, not just her, if any of you guys have been on social media, been on the dating sites, been in the field, even if they don't say it, that's her attitude. I can sense it, I can smell it, and it stinks. Shout out to VVS. And it stinks. Mr. Limber, you made a statement, and my next question, and since you made the statement, I want to talk about what is the table. Now, the female is saying that she is the table. And we know that the succubus, everything she does is wicked. Everything she does is backwards. In fact, the term wicked really means to twist. So if something is the right way, she's going to make it the wrong way. She's going to twist it. So what is the table, the real table? And let's talk about her table. And shout out to Affy Kingdom with the super chat once again. Affy, how you going to be on the chat, on the panel, and dropping super chats? That's Affy for you. Appreciate you, brother.
How we do it.
Go ahead, Mr. Limber.
Yeah. Once again, salute to the panel. Yeah, you know, the man's the mission, you know, I said before, the table is the man's mission, you know, and most of the succubus, they can't see this because, like I said before, they already bit into that forbidden fruit and they are too far gone. But that mission is the man's table. And when she comes to that mission, you see, there's something interesting here that many brothers probably don't realize. When she comes to that table, she's supposed to bring everything she got, soul, spirit, heart, and body, in order to help that man make that table look better, set that table up, set his mission up, push his mission, make it look better, because that is exactly what the table is. The table is that man's mission. Now, when she gets behind him and she starts to help him do what he needs to do to make that table better, she is under him. She is like a substitute. She is now in submission. And I've always told brothers that. See, the thing is, when dealing with her, I want to say this, is a spiritual combat. Because, as you said, wicked is twisted. Wicked is upside down. Everything has been turned in the opposite direction. You know, for those who study in the occult, you'll realize, you know, the five-pointed star, when talking about order, you will see that it is inverted. And when it's inverted, it talks about Samael, which is like a representation of Satan above, and Eve is below. So what I'm saying is that it's all twisted. So her idea of the table is her on top of you, her telling you what to do, reversing the orders, a bizarro world. You see, what she is doing is she is putting you in submission while she dominates you. That's what she's trying to do. And this is why I advise many brothers to even pull away from her. Even when I first started my channel, and, you know, I was over there with probably 70 subs, you know, I said, you know, the real solution is not to even interact with these women. You know, don't get them pregnant. Don't even sleep with them, because on a spiritual sense, these females are so wicked. Things are so twisted. It is so upside down that they have become masculine on a spiritual level. So in a sense, messing with them is spiritual homosexuality. That's taking it to another level, but I don't want to get off topic. You see, but once again, the mission, the table is the mission, is the man's mission. And when she comes to your mission, when she comes to you, she got to help you set that table. She got to help you build what you're trying to build. She has to be able to follow instructions and take orders and do what needs to be done in order to push your agenda forward. And if she cannot do that, as the scriptures say, you got to let her go.
Excellent, excellent. Anybody want to chime in on that?
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh shit.
Oh, go ahead, Darius. Go ahead. It's on you, bro.
Now go ahead, man. I hate to interject, but man, I've heard. I got conversations on my Patreon with different women, at least about 5 different women, and no, I'm not trying to promote my Patreon, but if you guys listen, these women that I've talked to, they are so wicked. They're so damaged, guys, and for so many men to try to invest their time, their life, their monies, their efforts into these wicked things, you're drowning yourself because they're not pure. They've been ran through by 10, 15, 20, 40, 50 guys. And men want to pledge their allegiance to these women, to these things. To be honest, they're things. Like the conversations I have heard from women, like you just sit, casually sitting down, chopping it up, and they just telling you literally how wicked they are, and they're laughing. They talk about how they use guys for trips, dinners, drinks, and they just laugh, like it's like normal. And I'm looking at these women like this is not normal. And the average woman, black, white, Hispanic, whatever, they believe that they are above men, and you should be grateful to be talking to her. And let me say this one thing. I remember I was talking to this chick about a couple months ago, and we chopping it up and everything. I met her out and about. The next day, as we're texting, the conversation is, getting a little bit good. I'm about to, let her know, let's get together and hang out, whatever. She sends me, I kid you not, everybody listen. She sends me a request on Cash App for $250 for texting. And I'm sitting there like, did this girl literally just sent me a request for texting? This is how entitled the average woman is. Yes, she was attractive, but this is what they believe. They think
that's crazy.
It's crazy. And I screenshot it too. They think that they're so high and mighty that you have to pay them money just to text and have a conversation. But go ahead, man.
Let me get this super chat real quick. We got the Reality of Fitness in the building. Shout out to him. Great channel he got. Dealing with men's fitness. Reality Fitness says men should chase greatness and nothing more. Forget the foolishness of the modern thought. Men are endowed with the spirit of the Most High. Our atoms are comprised. What am I missing? Comprised of the essence of the entire multiverse. Thus, I ask, what is greatness? Great point, Reality Fitness. I appreciate you for your super chat. Who else wanted? Somebody else want to chime in on what was being said?
Real quick.
Go ahead, Solo.
As a guy who's interviewed women as well, right? A lot of the women, they can go off top and name a bunch of intangibles, right? But they don't mention any tangibles that they bring to the table, because that concept to women is so foreign because of the fact that a lot of women nowadays really believe that they are Kalima. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women think that the world revolves around them. And so when you talk to these women, this is a concept that they've never thought about. And a lot of these women, we got a lot of spiritual gentlemen on this panel, but a lot of these women got the spirit of Gomer in them. Now, for those who are not familiar, Gomer was Hosea's wife. Hosea was a prophet, and Gomer was a thought. Let's keep it 100, okay?
Absolutely.
She was out there, had multiple lovers, was, living wild. And this is the I call it the YOLO life. Remember, Drake came out with a song where you only live once, and a lot of women are living that YOLO life of wickedness and things like that. So shout out to the pastor. No disrespect. When I made my video response to him, when you see a lot of these women living that life, what is the benefit for a man to go out and try to save a woman like that. A woman like that doesn't want to be saved. She has made up her mind. So the spirit of Goma, Jezebel, is a very strong spirit, and a lot of women got it nowadays. That's all I got to say.
Y'all still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was wondering, I thought this was just Ram's audio.
Yeah. Something taking place right now, man.
During this break, I'd just like to remind everybody, don't pay to get to know a stranger. That maybe, I don't want to speak for y'all, but I think it's just ridiculous that brother's been doing that all this time.
And my thing is this, man. It's, there was a time when you paid for sexual favors. Now you got to pay the same fee just to go on a date with the chick, bro.
Right.
That is crazy.
Right.
So,
real crazy.
Man, I'm gonna add one little thing to this, man. I'm gonna tell, I'm gonna share something with y'all, man, and I share this with my, with the Alpha Sphere, man. The majority, now y'all know my angle. My angle is I'm not saying anything to a woman that doesn't show me attraction confirmation, which I think is a better term than choosing signals. But if she doesn't show me any attraction confirmation, any confirmation that she even knows I'm there, I'm not saying one single word to her. Man, I've knocked down more women than I can count. And I'm going to say something right now. I'm not proud of this, but I'm saying this to make a point that is very relevant. 80% of the women that I've ever knocked down were already in relationships with men. Now, think about this. I don't say anything to them unless they let me know they're attracted to me, that they see me, that they feel my energy, that something is there to let them know that I'm in the area and they are interested. 80% of the women, bro. This 80%. Has been over my lifetime, not just today. So the majority of them are like this chick. They always have been. This is not something new, and everyone on the panel knows this. We're exposed to things now that we've never been exposed to because of social media. Everybody can put everything on social media. So I know what's going on with my partner in New York and the women he's dealing with, because the women in New York are online as well, doing their thought shit.
Absolutely.
The bottom line is this, man. You simply cannot go down to the depths of hell to save demons.
Definitely cannot.
I ain't going in that direction.
Yeah, can I chime in?
Let me read the super chat real quick. The reality of fitness says greatness is an innate, driven ability to impose one's will upon the environment. This defines a man. Quote by Isaac D. Coleman. John Nothing says marriage is a gamble and the house government always wins. Let me see. I got James Johnson with his super chat. Appreciate you, James Johnson. He says, hold on, let me scroll back down. Don't have the best laptop. Give me 1 second, gentlemen. Let me get this super chat. He says, Shalom, Black Ram and Thinking Man Simple on Dr. BOA. Tell the people nothing is going to work without the help of the Most High. Shalom and Shalom. Absolutely, brother. Who was that the one to chime in?
That was me.
Go ahead, brother.
All right. So, right now the debates are going on, right? And it's interesting because they got over 20 candidates, right? And they're basically throwing all of these candidates at, the public now, right? Because usually they depended on, the African American community, but now they're trying to get the immigrants, and they're even trying to push legislation that would allow 16-year-olds to vote, right? So what you see is desperation. They're so desperate to try to find somebody that'll grab your attention. They're trying to throw everything at you. I think that's what's going on in terms of relationships between men and women. I think that these women are doing all of these crazy, outlandish things to get that attention. Like Darius was saying that a woman wanted $250 just to talk. I don't believe she really expected you to send the $250. I think she was just like, well, I'm going to throw this out here, and if he does it, then good. But I don't think she was expecting that. And I think that's what's happening basically when you look at these current relationships and how they're going, I think that their pool of simps and blue pillars are getting smaller every day. And this is their last stand because they're in an economic depression. And these college debts, these credit card debts, these mortgages and rents, these car notes, they're eating them alive. And they're doing anything they can as a last ditch effort. Everything but admit that they were wrong and that they need help. But these are the desperate acts of their, economic depression. That's it.
Wow. Well said, brother. Anybody else want to chime in?
I think that actually gives it. I mean, not Jim's what he dropped, but I think it's actually worse than that. I think we're at a state where, again, the media, the mainstream media, the pop culture, the ratchet thought culture is so ingrained in a lot of these women that they actually think how they're rocking is truly empowering. So for some of these women, I think it is a last ditch effort for the vast majority of them. And as we talk about younger and younger women who are latching onto this, who are growing up with this sort of social media age, they actually think this is what it is and this is the status quo and it's good. They're looking at brothers like us, a panel like this, and thinking these are a bunch of weirdos. These are the oddballs.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? I think it's actually worse than we even realize. So, and let's not even talk about the variable of the dudes who were actually send that 250 for that text conversation. When we start talking about the actions and activities of the simps out here that are further compounding the issue, we're up against a lot. But like I said before, this is a good thing because this really is going to put brothers' backs against the wall and let you know exactly how bad it is out here. It's going to force you into a position of bettering yourself. Go ahead, brothers.
I think what you got to do is look at the fact, like the woman that wrote Sex in the City and produced it, right? She's 60 years old now. She's in the newspaper talking about she wished that she would have chased a family instead of producing that show. This woman is responsible for creating the mindset that these women have today. And she's in the newspaper talking about she wished she never did it. She wished she would have had a family. So you got to realize that these women, they were 20 back then, and now they're in their 40s and their 50s, and they're feeling that burn of choosing this particular lifestyle. So they're trying to do anything. You see these women out here, they're getting pregnant by these bums and these losers because they realize that a man that cares about himself, he's sparing with his seed. He's not going to go and give it to everyone out there. He's he's basically trying to pick the right woman. So these women in their desperation, they're getting pregnant by anybody and they're having bastard children and they're, dealing with those situations like that. So that's my theme for tonight. Desperation. That's all I believe it is.
Absolutely. And I got a question for the panel, but anybody else want to chime in before I ask my next question?
Oh, I just want to say, what's the brother's name who just brought that up?
Male Enlightenment TV, brother Ohim and Morrow.
Male Enlightenment. Yeah, for those who want to Google that lady, her name is Candace Bushell. I might have to talk about that. But yeah, the chickens have come home to roost, as Malcolm X said.
Absolutely. So this question is for everybody in the chat room and of course the guys on the panel. So I'm gonna start with Thinking Man's Templar. I really want to know this about you guys. If it's too personal, then you don't have to answer it, right? And it's this highly individualistic question. I'm gonna start with Thinking Man's Templar, and I'm gonna go through the whole panel asking this question. Brother Thinking Man's Templar, in today's environment, my question to you and to the rest of the panel and to the chat room, the chat room can just say yes or no. And I appreciate that Book of Alpharani. It says, let me read your super chat, BOA. Again, brothers on the panel super chat, and I appreciate that. Book BOA says, are you not entertained? This is what you came for. Last hangout, remember the Titans. Absolutely. Appreciate that, BOA. So Thinking Man's Templar. In this environment, are you looking for, personally now, are you looking for a long-term relationship with any female? Long-term relationship. Are you desiring that at all?
don't think. I think my longest time dealing with the same woman is in going over a year or two. I don't know. I don't. At this point, a woman can't really bring that much to my life outside of a little bit of companionship, a little bit of sexual stuff. But there's plenty of apps to subsidize that. I think dealing with the same woman over and over. See, here's my thing. I don't like a woman knowing about me like that. You know what I'm saying? I like to be very. I like my personality. You know, outside of the little bit of things I dispel. You know, I'm very cautious of people I let know me. You know what I mean? And I don't like how women, if you deal with them long enough, they want to know all your secrets and what makes you tick. You know, and you know, I spend a lot of time with the gears turning, trying to figure things out. And I think nowadays women are in such a whimsical state, like they're just like they're like children. You know, it's hard for me to keep them in my presence long. You know what I'm saying? As a man who doesn't have children, I haven't developed that tolerance to immaturity. You know what I mean? So I don't have the ability to be in a long relationship. That's why I do what I do, because I have an excuse to just go and vanish. You know what I mean? And then come back when I feel like it. Like there's this chick that I met in Vegas, right? And I met her at she was a bartender, and I met her, we talked, da-da-da-da. She slipped me the number, and this is a real conversation I had with one of my homeboys, and Villain know him, and we was talking, and I told him that being that my pursuit has been the most high as it's changed my life as the way I think. So there's always, this how it's always been in my life. Even if I don't pursue women, there's going to be a woman at some point that's going to be so overly aggressive that I'm going to have to make that decision. Even if I'm not even thinking about it, but I'm still being social, a woman always comes along eventually. That's going to give you a number, show interest, all of that, boom, 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 just straight temptation. So she gives me the number, and she's kind of making it like, yeah, I got all this and that at my crib. And I got liquor and da-da-da-da, we having drinks. And I started thinking of that verse in Proverbs where the girl was like, yeah, my sheets are scented with myrrh and cinnamon, and she's trying to get me to want to come to her crib. And I started to think of it. That's how I think now. Like, damn, she's really trying to sell me to come to her house. I don't know her. I don't know who she lives with. I have no idea, right? So what I did was I started to give her more drinks. Now, most guys would think like, you know, she was the bartender, so she was buying me a bunch of drinks because she worked there. So, you know, after a point when she was like, yeah, I think I'm good, and she was contemplating me coming to the crib, I started to like kind of fall back, like, yo, let's take another shot. Boom, boom, let's take another drink. So that she would get too drunk and just feel like she needed to go home. Because I told my homeboy, it's better that she turned it down because I don't know if I would have been able to. So I kind of let her have it, where she would change her mind and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm a little intoxicated. I think I'm just going to catch an Uber or whatever. And then I just let it be and just go my way. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew how I started to think, and I know how temptation just comes and throws men off the path, especially when you're really trying to walk that righteous path. It encompasses everything, you know, and it changed how I move in these situations. Yeah, I could go out and be social. I could go out and have a drink. I could go out and relax after a long day's work, you know, but certain things I'm trying to challenge myself to be better about. So in that situation, no, I'm not looking for a long-term relationship because I'm trying to walk on the righteous path. And if the woman isn't already there and we meet in that state where she's seeking the Most High as well as me, then we have nothing to talk about. That's where I'm at with it at this point. So when I deal with these kind of women in everyday life, these worldly women, I try to retract myself. You know what I mean? Because I know how I used to think, and then how easy it was. I could have easily been like, yo, let's tab out I called the Uber. She lived like 2 blocks away. It'd have been a layup. You see what I'm saying? But I just kind of taught myself. I try to make sure I followed what I believe now. So I'm not looking for a long-term relationship. I'm looking for the Most High. I'm looking to stand in that light more than anything. If a woman comes in the name of righteousness, Most High sends me a woman in that world, then we could build like that. But other than that, I'm good.
Well said, brother. Appreciate your information, your thoughts on that, brother.
Mhm.
Dylan Von Doom, brother. In today's environment, are you out here looking for a long-term relationship, short-term? What's your thought about as far as dealing with women today, brother? Are you looking for something long-term?
Brother, for me, long term is is not even a.
Let me get
Hell
on at
no.
them.
Hell no. No.
BDK.
No, I can't even take them serious. Be honest with you, man. Just looking at the current situation today and how, the succubi is out here destroying men, and it's like the Black Widow spider, right? So for me, I think it can never be anything for more than for what I need necessary to have it, if you know what I mean. And I just kind of, but I always keep it 100 straight up. And if she can't handle that, then so what? Oh well. I mean, my focus is self-improvement and helping as many people as I can, as many brothers as I can. And I'm focused. I'm focused on just self-mastery. I need to master myself. I don't have time for her long-term shit. So it's like, a ship in the night. If we kind of run into each other and we have that, whatever that temporary magic, it might happen, and then I go about my way. When the mood hits me, I got to go. And maybe I think the Marine Corps, after 12 years and 3 combat deployments in there, I got used to staying gone like that. So even when I was stationed in Japan, I never settled in for that long-term thing. So I don't think that long-term thing is my cup of tea.
I understand that. Let me read a couple of
Hey,
super chats real quick.
Ram, real
Hey,
quick.
hold on.
And let me get on real quick. I got this chick that's trying to slide through.
Okay, go ahead, Derek. Since you got to go ahead, brother.
The man with one eye is in the panel. He's definitely got a dope channel, and I was wondering if you would maybe get him in, because he definitely has a lot of insight and wisdom. That guy's a dope channel.
Oh, sure. Hit me with an email, brother. blackround313@gmail.com. Hey, Darius, so you say you got a slide. So give me your point of view, Darius. So and I appreciate you coming on, brother.
The thing is, I am not seeking. Hold up. Those shorties at the door. I'm not. I ain't seeking that shit, man. These, man, y'all gotta understand something. Guys don't understand because they're not really in tune with the Most High, like a lot of these guys on the panel is. But you're dealing with damage. You're dealing with garbage. You're dealing with trash. You're dealing with feces. That's what the average woman is, and it's not a hate for them. It's just when you understand them, and you know yourself, and you really able to observe the environment around you, you're not gonna want none of these women. I mean, you're dealing with drunks. You're dealing with drug addicts, women who have been ran through. Why would any man want damaged goods? Like, I can see if she's been with 3 guys, 5 guys, but they've been with about 15, 20, 30. And on top of that, they're not submissive.
Hey, Darius, pastor say you should try to fix them.
Here's the thing, and I had a method. That's on my Patreon, but I how to fix them and how to train them and all, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes down to it, like I've tried, I've trained women. I'm training the chick now. It's just like when you really sit down and think about it, it's just not. If she ain't 19, between the ages of 18 and 21, she's damaged. You don't need to try to fix her and train her. And if she ain't trying to be submissive off Jump Street and willing to literally listen to your every word and follow your lead, just don't deal with her. And even then, it's still temptation for her out there. So I've slept with a lot of women that's been in relationships, have boyfriends. I slept with a couple women that have been married. It's a sad world because today's women are so I just think of damaged. You know, so a relationship long term, me, nah, not right now. Probably not at all. No, I mean, I keep my roster filled. I got some jump offs here and there, but long term, you gonna waste a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort. You're gonna have some headaches, but there could be a gem out there for somebody. But you got to think too. All you guys who are in your late 20s, 30s, why is she still single? She's such a gem. If you found you a unicorn, she's fronting. She's not really. That's not how she is. Trust me. Give her usually 2 to 3 months. You know, then she's gonna want a new guy. I said on my previous video, you know, 3 to 4 months. You know, she's gonna need a new magic stick. She's gonna have a new itch. That's how it is. Because these women cannot pair bond with you, brothers. All right. I'm telling you, these women, no matter how good the dick is, no matter how good, no matter how accomplished you are, they can't pair bond with you. Any of you guys. You understand? So if she's not between the ages of 18 and 21, man, ain't nothing you can do, man. I've been around the world. I've been to a lot of places. I've been to a lot of cities. And just because I live in Chicago doesn't mean that, you know, that, yeah, the women are trash here for the most part. But I've been a lot of places, and I'm telling you, you're getting damaged. They cannot pair bond, guys. But y'all can keep trying. Go deal with the long term, getting that long term relationship, man. But you know, I gotta bounce and handle some business. But love all you guys, man. AFI,
Appreciate you, bro.
Black Ram, Solo.
Appreciate you coming on.
Who did I miss? Mr. BOA, all you guys, man. I love you guys. Love the chat. Love the panel. Y'all stay woke. I'm telling y'all better keep your head on the swivel because they don't like the truth out here, man. And you guys are telling the truth, and I love all you guys. Y'all might not agree with me, whoever, but I like men who are willing to tell the truth and help other men. So I'm out.
Much respect, brother.
Appreciate you. Simon R. Brown with the super chat. Appreciate that. And also James Johnson want to know about chicks liking to be roughed up here and there. We'll talk about that probably toward the end. Appreciate the super chat, James Johnson, but we'll talk about that. Let me go to Solo real quick. I'm gonna try to get everybody's opinion. Solo, are you looking for wife?
You got to go to Affy and BOA first, man. I can't be cutting them off, you know.
All right, my man. That is the order that they appear, so I'll do it that way, Solo. Let me start with Affy, then I'll go through from AM1 and then BOA, Mr. Limber. Affy.
Shit, man, my shit easy. Hell no, I don't want a girlfriend. I don't want a wife. I mean,
none of that, Affy. You good? You don't want none of that, huh?
Good. And shout out to Solo TV because shit, my bottom one, the one who I had the longest, I put her on ice the day of me and his interview, and she just came out of ice. So, you think she gonna play me again? She sat for a whole year. I told y'all niggas I was gonna sit her down. She just coming back, man. So the whole thing is no, man. My only hope at one point in time was, you know, I wanted to be a father. My father, he passed away of cancer, so being a father was really important to me. But just approaching the age of 40, and I don't have any prospects. Like, I forgot who said this today. Oh, Kay Zagan said this today. And what he said was on the stream that I had earlier, a panel, was that if you see a woman and you can't see yourself being a mother to your child, then it's a wrap. And a lot of guys don't look at it like that. They just like the woman and just want to make the best of it. Like,
oh yeah, I mentioned it a while ago.
Yeah, you gotta look at the woman and see is she worth 18 years of your time? Because that's what she's gonna get. She's gonna get your time and your resources. So for me, a woman is on. I'm like the music industry. You only as good as your last hit, man. Like I just told you, she was on ice for 20 years in, and she's had to sit for a year, and that's just to show like she thought she was above the blade, and no woman is, man. As long when you start telling me no, if you tell me no of consecutive times, you out. I don't care if it's 10, 15, 20 years, because you can be replaced. I have a constant rotation, and I live by the +1 rule, man. So the rotation never goes down to zero. I live for myself, and I'm gonna die by myself.
Player for life, right?
No, and it's not even like, and I really just want to make it clear, because guys just always make the connection that it's just about the women. No, I just like my freedom. I've been in relationships before, and even if I'm running my relationship, you still have to run shit by your woman. I don't want to run shit by no woman. I just want to do it. And even if you do it, you know, you get back. She got an attitude. Oh, now she want. See, I ain't got time for all of that, man.
Right, exactly.
You either gonna listen or you gonna cut. And the whole thing is I sleep good at night because I tell women this from the gate. Now, some women I get in a little less detail about, but I say my bottom two. If I grow old with them, they still know that I'm gonna mix and maneuver and deal with women. They've signed up for that because they see and figure out that, hey, when they leave me the hell alone and let me do what I do, I'll always come back, and my presence means that much to them. You see what I'm
Hell
saying?
yeah.
So they've been trained at another level that my presence, it's just like a dog. They'll let me go out and play. I come home. You know what I'm saying? I'm a dog, but I'm a man too, right? So the woman feels she appreciates my loyalty more over my faithfulness, because for most people, you don't get neither of them. You think you're getting faithfulness and you're not, and you think you're getting loyalty. So they just figure my loyalty and my leadership and guidance is enough that they let me have my fun, and I show it by appreciation, by, you know, taking one on a trip or, you know, doing this sort of thing. But the women got to earn their position, and they got to earn their dates too. You know, so no relationship for me. I have my nephew. He 2. That's my son. I get 0. And once I got over that, because I never really wanted it, and once I got to the point where I could accept the fact that I wouldn't be no dad, man, my fucks are like 0 to -0, like, because it doesn't matter, because there's nothing a woman can do for me that I can't do for myself. I've never put a woman in a position to where she's even thinking that she's a leader for me or she's my mentor. And I can deal with a woman who knows more than me, but she won't even know that she's teaching me because I'm a better director than that. Right? I'm the director. I create the scene. So I'm in control of what's going on, man. I'm just thinking I can make her think she's a star sometimes, but, you know, I'm getting the checks. My name is on the credits. You see what I'm saying? So that's my game.
Well said, brother. Player for life. AM1.
Yeah, man.
You looking?
Same question.
Hold on 1 second, AM1. Shout out to the Jack for his super chat. Appreciate you. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, Afi just dropped a million in gems right there. Salute, brother. Like, man.
They ain't here. Oh, well, just one thing. Let me clarify just something. I seen somebody in the chat, because I know I'll be going over people's heads. He says, if you're loyal to them, who says they're going to be loyal to you? Women don't know the meaning of definition of 12. It's loyal to what my needs are at the time, fam. I'm not saying that my loyalty doesn't mean I'll do anything for you. See, that's like a different level of thinking. They know what my loyalty is, and my loyalty is different to each woman, depending on what her needs are for me and my needs are for her. Just to get that one straight. Go ahead.
Well said.
Yeah, no, man. Like, to Afi's point, and I talk about that a lot. Keep your freedom. I say it a lot, and it sends a lot of women into full short circuit mode, and a lot of weak ass dudes into short circuit mode. A lot of dudes who can't comprehend the idea of, wow, not jumping through hoops just to appease women. They just lose their minds when they have to think about, like, how could I possibly be man enough to just be my own man and not bend over backwards for women's sex and attention? Like, they can't comprehend that. Women completely shut down in short circuit at the thought of, wow, these dudes aren't making their whole existence be about being up underneath me. They just can't comprehend that. So when you get men talking about leveling up and being the best man you can be about your bread, be about your image, really be about your offerings to the community at large, versus jumping through hoops, making your whole focus be about women in this whole pursuit of the perfect black family and all this. Sure, we want that, but the reality is stating that is going to be very hard, if not impossible, to achieve. Let's focus on objective reality. When you start anchoring people in that kind of energy, it becomes very scary to a lot of people who want to live in the status quo where men are, you know, suffering and whimpering up on the boots of women and, you know, trying to bootlick and all that. Like, bruh, it's crazy. So I say to every dude, young brothers, keep your freedom. I'm 41. I don't have any kids, never been married, none of that. I'm in a position right now where I'm about building true empire, really building bread and putting other black folks, black men in positions of power, positions of making money. Let's get 1 million, let's get 10 million black men on that hype, and let's see how this whole succubus thing plays out. Let's see how this thottery plays out. When they start realizing, whoa, they really are, rocking properly and ain't even studying us, what do we do about that? Like, that will change the game. Or it won't, but the bottom line is that we focusing on bettering ourselves into our future. Your future is what you have. You're going to have to rock with that. You're going to wake up in the morning and you're going to be you. You cannot hedge a bet on a dice roll situation that you're going to find that unicorn that's going to really be there for you and be about that for you. Sure, they're out there, but they're so far and few in between, you might as well say they ain't out there. That's the reality of it. So the only best possible move out here is to be the best man you can be and rock that out into infinity. You know what I mean? To infinity and beyond, being the best man you can be. And if a good woman pops up, cool, but you ain't really trying to bank on that. That's a dice roll that you're gonna lose. You stupid if you bet in the whole form on that.
Right.
Go ahead.
Real quick, King of City, I'm not flogging, fam. If my lifestyle doesn't resonate with you, that's okay, fam. Because if you can't relate to it, Dr. BOA can relate to it. We don't have to have these conversations. So if you cannot understand what I'm saying, it just doesn't resonate with you. That's okay. But I'm flogging, nah, fam. You go follow me on Instagram and see how much I'm flogging, bro.
Male Enlightenment TV, Ohim. Are you looking for wifey? I know you are divorced and you've had your, issues in the past. Are you renewed, brother? Are you now looking for love, looking for a relationship? Are you seeking a long-term relationship? If so, why? If not, why not?
Well, definitely not. And we have to look at the whole reason that men wanted relationships in the first place. It was because women were not easily accessible. I mean, we came up, we did our thing between, the 90s and the early 2000s. And, those were times when women actually had respect for themselves. It was difficult to, get access like that. But as time went on, of course, it became much easier. I mean, I think the craziest sexual experiences that I've had have come from the modern age. Like the things that you had to fight to get done previously, they are just a walk in the park today. So ultimately, if you can have easy access to it, what would be the point of locking yourself down when everything that you're looking for is just available to you, for free, pretty much? No, I don't see any reason for a man to invest in a relationship in this day and age. And I think that celebrities are our guidance on this position, because you're seeing that these wealthy men, these 6 feet tall men, they're getting into these relationships and then they're getting taken to the cleaners when it's time for that divorce. So we already know that the recipe for it is not what they always say, the man that has height and is wealthy, because you can ask Kevin Garnett, who's paying $100,000 a month. Man. You know what I'm saying? You can ask him if that was true. You can ask Jeff Bezos, who had to give up half of his billions of dollars, if that's true. So there's, they are the example and the barometer for men, and I think they are the warning sign for us to steer clear of that. And of course, like me and you spoke before, Black Ram, ever since I have walked away from relationships, life has gotten much better. You're able to focus on building and creating. Your credit goes up and your debt goes down and your bank account looks better. And I hope this is true for everybody on this panel. Some days you get your money and you don't have anything to do with it. And I hope every man listening to this has that problem. You know what I'm saying? But these are problems that you face when you're a single man. So no, I think getting into a relationship at this point is suicide.
Well said, brother. Appreciate that. Brother Book of Alpharonomy, if you care to share, are you looking for wifey, brother? Long-term relationship?
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't remember a time in my life where I didn't have wifey.
My man.
Giving me the wifey experience, man, that's a requirement for a woman to be in my life. So it don't take no committed relationship or none of that type of crap, man, for me to have a woman that jumping and stepping and fetching and doing the things I need her to do in my life. Now, my problem arises when they really want to try to put that marriage pressure on a brother.
Yeah.
See, when they get so caught up and they're like, oh, I love this energy. I got to have it forever. I can't. As soon as that jealousy starts to kick in, man, that's when my outlook on the situation changes. And I just push them on along, man. You know what I'm saying? Whenever that, you know, oh, I'm so in love with you that I don't want you to be with nobody else. Whenever that energy comes along, man, you know, I have to push them on along the way. Now, if that energy doesn't come along, I mean, I've had women on my team, man, for 8 years. You know what I'm saying? 8 years, no cohabitation, nothing. But no matter what happened, anything that happened, man, I could have broke my back. And you know who would have been at the crib right there, man, every day taking care of me, man? A chick that wasn't my wife. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think we as men have to understand that you ain't got to marry a bro to have no long-term relationship and no commitment, man, to get that wifey experience. All you have to do is be the most alpha version of yourself. And see, commitment ain't alpha. It's beta as fuck. You know, settling down with one woman. Come on, man. You know that ain't alpha. Answering to a woman. Come on, man. None of those things that represent relationship are alpha. Now, what do I mean when I say become the most alpha version of yourself? Now, I don't mean get your clothes right and your car right and your money right and all these things these boys talking. I'm talking about digging deep within yourself and building yourself brick by brick internally. You understand? Dig into yourself. See where your integrity is. Is it where you need it to be? Okay. Get it there. Look at yourself. See if you're a man of honor. If you're not, okay, you need to get it there. Look into yourself. See if you're an honest man who's going to stand on principle and honesty regardless of who get hurt by it. If you're not, build yourself up to that. The whole thing we're talking about, man, women are an external satisfaction. And no man should be focusing on external satisfaction. Not if you're a man that's reached the ultimate level of manhood. We're way above that. So I doubt if any man on this panel, even though I'm interested in hearing every brother speak on it, nobody on this panel is looking for a long-term relationship, man, no commitment, man, no wife or none of that. For one thing, we know it doesn't exist. And like the homie AM1 was saying, man, if it does exist, it's so far few in between. And the thing is, even if you find that one, it ain't gonna work in this society with these laws in place. So everything, every single thing is against even having that type of outlook. And the thing is, man, you can't, if we're not going to even talk about legal marriage here, because I know we're not going across that line, because none of us here are even thinking about that anymore, even those of us who have. Man, nothing you want to do in your life can be benefited by settling down with a woman. Nothing that you want to do can be benefited. And I heard some beta male, some man trying to ask me one time, well, Dr. BOA, what if you want to have kids? You bring kids in the world and not have a wife? Come on, man. That don't even make sense. That's just like saying, can you have breakfast in the morning without your wife cooking it?
Exactly.
We as men have to understand, man. And I say this, we say this, it's cliche, but we don't really live like it. I want every man in the chat to listen to these words, and I want you to really assess what they mean. You are the prize. Now, if you thought about in comparison to women, you're selling yourself short. There's a whole world out here that's way bigger than women, way bigger than any interaction you can have with the woman. You're the prize in that world, not just to some bro.
Well said, brother. Let me get a couple of these super chats real quick. C Doug with another super chat. Appreciate that, brother. And we have let's see who else. Grand Finale. He says Nas pays Khalees $80K a month just because she was pretty and nothing more. Man, that is amazing, man. Mr. Limber. Are you still with us, brother?
Yes, I am, brother. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Now, I know that you're an Israelite polygynous male, and you were talking about vetting some wives in different places. Are you looking for wifey? If so, tell us about that.
Looking. Nah, looking. It's a no. I kind of leave that up to the Most High. I'm along the line of the Thinking Man's Templars, response. If she's a woman of the Most High, we can talk about some form of a relationship, which we could consider a more biblical style relationship, not illegal. Definitely not going to court and getting any papers. Overseas, I have met some women overseas in my travels. The quality of women, I would say, to me, are better in third world countries, usually in the countryside. Uh, but if you're saying if I'm going around looking and trying to find, and how about you, and how about you? Nah, no, 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 no. The thing is, it's in this country, it's too bad. It's poison, and it's suicide. Now, I'm not saying there's not some sisters over here. I've met some Israelite sisters over here that have kept themselves, and I'm talking about including their virginities. They have kept themselves together, and they're not bad-looking women. Now, that would be up to the individual brother and what he want to do in that case. Regarding my experience in foreign countries, one example, I was down in the Caribbean, and I took a trip to Haiti. And I want to say this, if a brother's gonna pick a woman, and talk about long term, it's probably wise that you do it in a society where men run things. Because I seen this. It was a group of women around a church. Some of them are not married yet, and apparently they were virgins, physical virgins. And we asked the question, why don't you guys have any kids or go ahead and get married or do something? They said, well, we have to wait on the man. And if we go ahead and have sex before we get married, nobody's going to marry us. And that hit home because in America, that doesn't exist, simply because they're not held by those standards. So for me, I'm not looking, I'm more of a man of the Most High. I kick back, I relax, I pray, I follow the laws, I stick to the scriptures. I got the red pill, I understand the game, but I'm not out there trying to search and work myself up a sweat looking for women which are most likely toxic and, as I said, masculine in their essence. So looking for a woman nowadays is almost like, what you find is a man, and it's sad to say because it's just, I don't know, it's just toxic, it's just poison. So I'll say, if you're a man who don't care for it, don't. If you're a man who want children, I understand the alpha footprint in their genetic reproduction, but you go through a surrogate, whatever you have to do, maybe go to a different country, have your kids there. Some brothers have picked that option. Since Black Ram asked about my comments on the foreign lands, but it's in this land. I would advise most brothers to be very, very, very careful. And I do have a drop on my Patreon regarding brothers who are bringing women over. And I went ahead and gave them the loopholes anyway, because if you're going to do that, because I know some guys will do it. Some guys are Christians and they believe they got to get married according to the system, and no matter what you say, you can't stop these guys. So what I tell them is, check out that video and learn all the legal loopholes, because I deal with the law. So I have a lot of legal loopholes on how to protect yourself, because if you're going in here and you're getting married and going out there and getting on one knee, the beta position, and you're getting the ring, and you're doing all that traditional stuff, that is not smart at all. So for me, that's a no. I'm not out there looking for anybody unless she's falling in line to the way of the Most High. She's keeping the laws. She bowed her knees to the Most High, and she's a physical virgin. If you guys believe that don't exist, then I guess I'll never find one.
Wow. Well said, brother. Well said. Solo TV 84. I was out there with you with all them snow bunnies and snow bunny heaven, man. Brother, are you looking for wifey? Are you looking for a long-term relationship? If so, why? If not, why not?
No, sir. Look, in America, to look for a long-term relationship right now is a fool's errand. It's kind of like riding a horse on the highway. You know what I mean? And so when I look at right now in my life, it's not a secret for anybody who's been following me. Right now, I'm practicing monk mode. So what's that? Right now, I'm focused on my spiritual self or higher self, as some of y'all would say. I'm focused mentally, physically. You know, I'm doing things to be a better man, things to improve my situation. When I look at my life, right, and it's kind of like who I'm named after, the great King Solomon, right? He mentioned in Ecclesiastes that, you know, there's a time for different things, right? There's a time to kill, a time to heal, a time to tear down, and a time to build. And right now I'm in that building phase, right? And I think it's very important that when you start to understand as a man that there's more to life than women, there's so much more. You know, we got a lot of great men on this panel who understands what it takes. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really familiar with Mr. Limba, but shout out to you because, you know, the way you talk and you got a king's mindset. You talking about following the scriptures and the laws. Look, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I'm like the prodigal son when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Like, yo, I got my good phases, but then sometimes, you know, I'm out there wilding out. You know what I'm saying? And you got guys like Affy, you know, who's always traveling, making things happen, you know, and be away. Whew. You know, I know we may disagree on the cold approach versus being chosen thing, but he kept it 100 with his, you know, statement that he said, you know. And so we got a lot of intelligent brothers on this panel, and I'm listening and I'm soaking up a lot of game because for me, right now, I'm in this monk mode phase. I'm meditating every day. You know what I'm saying? I go to sleep meditating, you know what I mean? And I hit the gym in the morning. I'm refreshed. You know, and I'm starting to get better. Although I know some of you may watch my videos and be like, oh, yeah, right, Solo. But at the end of the day, as a man right now, you know, this monk mode is really teaching me the humility and mature process as a man. I know some people are like, oh, Solo going Midtown? Is he finally going Edmore? Is he going? I don't know, man. But right now, man, when it comes to females, Ram, you see how I put in work in the field. I know I can talk to a woman. Look, absolutely. I don't have bullets shot at me, so ain't nothing to talk to a female if you've been shot at. You feel me? If you got bullets whizzing by your head, what the hell? Why would I be scared to talk to a female? So no, right now it's a time for me to build, Ram. That's what it is.
Absolutely, man. It's a time and place for everything. So I got a couple of more questions before we get on up out of here. I'm gonna ask this question to different people, different questions. This question right here is tailored more toward Book of Alpharonomy. Not that you guys couldn't answer it, but it's more tailored toward certain people. I'm gonna ask certain questions. BOA, in brief, would you agree, and if so, explain, if not explain, that since most of these chicks are thoughts, do you need a PI's mentality to deal with such today, brother?
Yeah, I think I got the question, man. Can anybody hear me, man? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, you kind of went out a little bit at the end there, man. So you said,
okay. So basically, I said, do you need, since we're dealing with thoughts today mostly, do you need a PI's mentality today to deal with the current thought situation we have as a culture in this country?
I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. I think you need a PI mentality to deal with any woman.
My man, go in.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the thing is, when you say that, then people tend to think about the negative outlooks or the negative projections that the media and that people who've been tricks all their lives tend to shine on the profession. You have to think about this. What is it about this man's energy that makes not one woman, not two women, sometimes as many as 10 or 15 women all be perfectly fine with not only being with him together as a group, all considering themselves his woman and he their man, but they all go out and secure resources and bring it home to him every single day. When a majority of these cats out here, man, can't even get the woman they got at home to clean up. Every man should be bowing his head when it comes to dealing with women and sitting down at the feet of a pimp like a babe with a notebook saying, teach me what it is that you have figured out about these females. And you have some beta male simp man John and say, well, they used to drug them, didn't they, BOA? Hey, man, let me tell you something. There's women on drugs now. Still got a man at home that they don't clean up for. What we're talking about is the mindset it takes to elevate yourself so far above a woman in her eyes, not just yours, in her eyes, and have her accept the fact that you are her God. That's the problem in society today. Men want to be a woman's king. They want to be a woman's leader. They want to be a woman's husband. They want to be a woman's boyfriend. They want to be a woman's side dude. How about you be her God? She don't got to have no relationship with God. Her relationship with God is through you.
Preach.
We go throughout the scripture. We never heard God sit down and talk to the women. Though all the women of the city, y'all come here. Let me tell you something. This is how you sacrifice. This is when you sacrifice. This is what you never. So as opposed to looking at it saying, okay, you need to be a PI or have that mentality. My mission at the Alpha Sphere, man, is to bring the mindset of the ism into the square world. So no, in the square world, you ain't gonna have no woman out there on the corner, but you're gonna have a woman going out somewhere, man, with her own business, bringing in $250,000 a year. You understand? This is what my experience is. My experience is women with multiple degrees who are entrepreneurs, who are going out there getting that paper. And you know what? Whereas most men are intimidated by them, they're the easiest ones to have revere you. So you have to have that mentality, man, with every single woman you deal with, because whether she's a thought, whether she's a queen, whether she is God, as some of them think they are, no matter what she is still filled with feminine energy, and you are filled with masculine energy. And as long as you stay in your most masculine state, she will bow down. I ain't never had no problem with a woman not bowing down, ever. As long as I was in my most masculine state. Now, you go back to some of my younger years where I was still trying to figure it out. I might have to thump a couple heads a couple times, man. But that's because I myself was not a mature man. When you stay in your masculinity, which is all PIs do, all they do is constantly remind a woman that I am on such a high level that if you turn your nose up, you can't even smell my feet.
Wow.
So every man should have that mentality when it comes to women. The world would be a totally different place. We wouldn't be having this conversation about these thoughts right now if at least 50% of the men in this country thought like a PI.
Wow, well said, brother. And that's why I gave you the question, because nobody can answer that the way you do. Right now, I'm doing some precision questioning. So my questions are tailored toward certain people on the panel. Let me read a couple of super chats real quick. C Doug is steady dropping super chats. C Doug, man, I appreciate you, brother. Let me see who else we got dropping the super chat. And I like to thank everybody for dropping super chat. In fact, if you in here, we got 623 watching, 579 likes. Give me a few more likes. There's some people over here lurking that ain't liking the video. Hit that like button. Likes are for free if you didn't know. Let me see what else I got on the super chat side. You got J-Bo saying salute to all my brothers. Salute to you too, brother. Wayman Brown again with the super chat. Let me see if there's anybody else I missed. Appreciate you, Wayman. I think that might be it. Amadeus says one hell of a panel and discussion. Absolutely. This is the mega panel to end Google Hangouts. Now, I don't know if they're going to put something else in place of Google Hangouts, but for right now, I have to go to a third-party source to do a hangout. Torrance Ingram with the super chat. Thank you, brother. AM1, I have a targeted question for you, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you deal with media, and that's part of your profession. So here's a question for you. In brief, I know we can go long on this, but in brief, social media itself, man, what do you think has been the impact on a modern dating game when it comes to social media?
Wow, it's been a massive detriment. I mean, considering that the people who are devising these things and rendering these things out are part and parcel of a social conditioning engine that's just cranking away. So sure, they're using technology. Everybody with a supercomputer in their hands, aka a cell phone, access to instant gratification by way of social media. Just that little thing. Like some of the people, the high up folks, programmers at Facebook and all these other places will outright tell you they know that the system of rewarding you with a like for for a picture you post gives a very small dopamine response. They literally are giving you little hits of your own endogenous drugs. So extrapolate that out to its fullest. A woman feels good when she posts some kind of ratchet ass picture. Dude is in her DMs, that's gassing her head up. It's like a new ultimate way to trick and just let dudes just be thirsty, and a ultimate new way to just appease women and let them just get gassed up on their own little efforts. Then when you add in the technology of filters to make them look better, yeah, man, the whole dating situation is totally out the window. It's been turned entirely on its head. It's all bad, man. Like again, with the media, social media, the repetition game. So we're talking music and imagery, going, being perceived, eyes and ears. You're consuming this information. You're consuming these ideas. The human mind, the subconscious mind works on imagery. So subconsciously, you're taking all this stuff in. Women are more susceptible because it bypasses their logic. Yeah, man, it's ugly when you really understand what's all at play with these kind of things, and just that it's every day in and day out. Drop a picture, get likes, get DMs, all these things. It's taking women who actually are the better ones and turning them into ratchet, Tatianas as well, because they wanna lean over and get some of that love too. They want to get some of that attention because they want attention. That's the currency is better than money at this point. We got broke ass people winning and filling their bellies with attention, still broke and struggling, but they got that attention. So yeah, man, it's bad and it's only going to get worse. Nothing's going to correct it. As far as within the realms of black folks, is that much worse since we don't have any major resources to be able to build something like that ourselves and sort of commandeer that and steer it in a better direction. It's all bad. So brothers out here selling hopes and dreams, like, oh, you gonna meet the right one, and black love, black family. I'm like, yeah, good luck, bro. Go ahead, man.
Great point. Great point. Appreciate that. Brother Ohim. Let me read these super chats first, and I'm gonna go with a specialized targeted question at Brother Ohim. I got a few super chats in here. Let me see. Sigma Jones, thank you for the super chat, brother. And our business said RPB, mega salute to Black Round 313 and the entire panel. Appreciate that, our biz. M. Kelly said, appreciate you and the knowledge of the legendary. Appreciate that, brother. Legendary panel right here for sure. Brother Ohim, you with us, bro?
Yes.
All right. So my targeted question towards you specifically, in one of your latest videos, you talked about how Netflix is or has lost $18 billion because of this new paradigm shift in movies and media in general. Can you talk a little bit to us about the current trend, your thoughts on the current trend of the new 007, the Star Wars movie, what Netflix is doing, what Disney is doing, what Marvel Phase 4 is doing? Can you talk to us a little bit about that, brother?
Absolutely. So, as of now, it's they lost $24 billion. So
wow, 24 billion.
Yeah, and it's going to keep going. So, to basically to give context to this, in 2015, some members from the Satanist Church unveiled a statue in Detroit, I believe, of a statue of Baphomet, right? And you understand that his hands is in the position to represent as above, so below, right? And that wasn't the scary part. The scary part of the statue was it had two children looking up at him in admiration, right? And I say that to say that this new wave of media and entertainment and streaming and film is designed to warp the minds of the children and the people who are more susceptible to the subliminal messages that are being sent through the television. So when you watch television, what they are doing is they are sending those waves into, you know, the synapses of the brain to basically break down your defenses. So suddenly we live. I'm sorry. Yeah. So basically, what they're doing is they are sending you these messages that are changing the way that you think in your thought process. So, in a time where the DSM-4 spoke to certain behaviors as an illness or a disability, suddenly you are being forced to accept them. So they're saturating you with these films and these TV shows that show you those activities and those behaviors that were once considered deviant. And now they're saying this is acceptable. And what's happening is it's actually infecting the children. So you see these millennials, their behavior is not pretty much, it's not in tune with who they actually are supposed to be. You see these slut walk campaigns and these, I think it's Antifa or something like that. These radical groups and these behaviors. But you also see from the information that this group of individuals are the most depressed. They are the most suicidal. They are the highest group of drug users. They suffer from depression. And even in my last video where I talked about the need for happy pills because they need antidepressants. So when you look at Netflix, they're bringing you a bunch of shows right now. If they want to make a section that promotes feminist ideology or promote the LGBTQ community, that's fine. Make a section for that. But the problem is they are forcing the watchers, anybody who watches their platform, to view, the feminist agenda and the LGBTQ agenda in every program that they create. And what has happened? A bunch of people, and this is a testament to how strong-willed many people are, that they have actually turned their backs on this platform. So originally it was $18 billion and it went to $24 billion. That means people are unsubscribing at a rapid rate because they are now getting the picture that these places are pushing agendas, right? Even with the James Bond and the female Thor and the things like that. They are basically trying to push this agenda that we are supposed to accept the dominance of the gynocentric culture. And what is happening is people are checking out. They're turning away. You see the movie industry is failing in record fashion. You see the streaming services are failing in record fashion because people are no longer willing to participate in these agendas and they're waking up. So that's my take on it.
Very well said. Appreciate that, brother. Let me read a couple of these super chats. Mr. Jackson says, salute to Black Round panel and chat. Secret watchers, quit listening and hustling. This is fire. At least hit the like button. That's right. Hit that like button if you in here secretly missing. Prime Main says, Ram, BOA, TMT, etc. Drop game so strong, made me look at the Bible different. Coming from the conscious community, much appreciated. And welcome here, brother, to our community. Appreciate that, brother. And again, shout out to C Doug for steady dropping the super chats. Appreciate you, C Doug. And C Doug got fire game, man. Still waiting for that channel, brother. So this is at random. I'm gonna do some more precision questioning. I got a question for everybody. Now, Afi, be a little brief. I know you can go in all day about this, right? I know Afi can go in. But one thing I like about Afi Kingdom's channel and what he represents, man, he's living life the way he wants to. And at the end of life, a brother like Afi won't have any regret. So my question to you, brother Afi, you live a life that's fire, spicy, putting chicks on ice, man. I see you traveling everywhere, man. I'm seeing you doing videos from the Middle East, standing in the sand. So my question, Brother Affy, and shout out to Justin Bass. He says the Most High will judge these women and the nations. Brother Affy, I know you can go in long, but in brief, brother, what do you contribute, man, to, you know, not just a swag for the females, but you got a swag about life, brother. Tell me a little bit about what motivated you, man, I mean, just to be so spicy, man. You traveling I mean, you really living life to the fullest, man. What do you contribute to that?
Well, pretty much, man. I just was always very fond of myself, even before I made the connection with women. I was saying this before, like I said, when I was younger, I had a nice childhood, man. Like, so, you know, I used to do my painting and drawing and ride bikes, and I was in the clothes, and I was into my waves and the way that I looked, and it just was a priority, man. So I know how to be happy by myself. So a woman is she's an addition, and I let that be known as well too. So it's one thing, fellas, you may have that same mindset, but if you don't let it be known, then my mindset, it trumps it, because the power and the boldness of me actually being able to articulate that and stand by it is what draws women in. When women see you this is how it goes, man. When women see you as a challenge is a high value male. Now you can be a high value male and still not be a challenge, because a lot of high value males still chase badge, man. They still chase it and they still value it. Even though they got their things together, they have good credit scores, they have houses, they have all this stuff, they still run around booty. And so for me, that's not going to happen. So, you know, I mean, you know, like I dress nice, I'm nice looking, so women are drawn to me, but they're drawn more to my winner attitude than anything else. My winning attitude, my leadership. So just me being naturally who I am, women like. And since I get attention from women being myself, it's easy for me to do. So it cannot go the other way. You know what I mean? So, you know, like I said, women is always a good thing, but I'm just kind of used to them. Like, they were kind of on the radar before they had any value to me. And then when I kind of had value for them at a point, I kind of really learned and seen who they were. And I felt that investing in myself, in my goals, was the best thing. And I do it to make myself feel good. Even my YouTube channel, right? Like, so I help a lot of guys, and I get, you know, some guys talking shit. But for one guy doing that, there's 10 guys saying, hey, man, that drop you did in the Philippines on that boat, say you need to chase this. It changed my life. Like, so that keeps me going. And that validates me. It's not the actual
Dubai, Affy, Dubai. My bad, bro. I just had to say that. That Dubai video you did was cold.
Right. It validates me. I like to help people, and I don't like dumb shit. But at the same time, it's like when people get it, it's like, man, I appreciate it, because not many people do. And that's why I love doing YouTube, because I get to talk to red pill brothers, and that I don't have to argue with, because we see, like, I can have a conversation with MLC, BOA, Black Ram, that I can't have with somebody I've been knowing 20 years. You know what I'm saying? So it just makes the comfort level that much easier, to where you're dealing with people on the same page. So my advice to just the people listening, women are women. We understand women are emotional. They're gonna do what they want to do. You can control them, you can pimp on them, whatever it is that you want to do. Just figure out what works for you. Don't try to do it my way or Solomon's way or Thinking Man's way if that doesn't resonate with how you feel. Because if you don't feel it, that's why I'm effective, because everything that comes out of my mouth, I believe it. I'm passionate about it. I really don't feel like yelling today, but I don't know. I would just leave it right there, man.
I appreciate that, Affy, man. Affy, a fly cat, man. He one of those dudes you'll love to hang out with. Here go some more precision question. I got to get everybody precision questioning here. And the villain Von Doom, what I asked him his question is going to lead to other questions. So I'm gonna put you last, not on purpose, villain, but your question is going to lead to a couple of more questions before we end the stream. Thinking Man's Templar. You here with us, brother? Make sure TMT is still connected. I know that brother's usually on the road now doing something. TMT, are you there, brother? Oh, okay. TMT said he's having technical issues, so I'll come back to TMT and I'll go to Solo TV 84 with the
White man
precision.
got the foot on TMT's neck.
So I'll go to you, Solo, then I'll go to Mr. Limber, then I'll go back to Thinking Man's Templar. Solo TV 84. Great,
Yes,
great interviewer, master interviewer, man. You've been in the field. You were on the PUA scene before. Talked to a lot of women in the field. Actually seen you in action in the field. You've interviewed a lot of people, a lot of women. So you've been out there. You've been in the trenches, literally, right? When it comes to the modern dating scene, something that we are all interested in, right? It's one of the main aspects of the manosphere itself. So my question to you, dear brother, from what you've seen of women, when you interview them, when you talk to them, what is the general consensus among women? Are they content with the current dating scene? Do they seem discontent? Are they frustrated? From the women you interview, the women you talk to in the field, in your city, outside your city, what is their consensus on the dating game? What do you think their mindset is?
That's an excellent question, Ram. What I think it is very simple. The women that are, getting what they want are the type of women that understand that they got to keep themselves up. So what does that mean? Their hair is done nice. Their nails is done nice. Eyelashes is done nice. They looking good. The bodies, they in the gym. They doing what they got to do, right? Now, for the women that don't feel that way, and not to put no plug, but, I post my interviews on my channel, but the other stuff I posted on Patreon, those women, they're saying, oh, these men aren't committing, these men aren't doing this and that. And the reality is that the biggest issue is with most of the women that are having issues in the dating game. It's not necessarily, Ram, believe it or not, because they don't look good. Like the Ram, did you catch that interview I did with the dark-skinned sister? I mean, she was pretty. Did you catch that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The problem is that with women like that, they are so entitled and delusional. Now, I know I mentioned that earlier, but the biggest issue with modern women is they lack humility. They lack that. And a lot of women, and I got to agree with Darius on this, they don't want to submit. When you start talking about the issue, and listen, I've interviewed black women, okay? So don't at me. Black women, Asian women, Latina women, white women. When you start to talk about submission and catering to your man, not all of these women, right? But I do live in Feminist Central. A lot of these women really, when you start bringing that up, they're starting to think that, oh, you're misogynistic. You hate women. No, the reality is a lot of these women really don't understand what it takes to keep a man because it's all about them. So they have a narcissistic mentality, but you can't really bring that to a relationship if you're a woman and you expect to be happy with a man. It doesn't work like that. And the main problem, too, is with a lot of these women, they don't want to make that sacrifice, Ram. Now, this is one thing that Pastor was talking about yesterday, that, oh, you guys are out there, y'all just pumping and dumping these girls. Well, guess what? A lot of these women, they just want to get pumped and dumped because of the fact that they realize is if it's time to step up, it's game time. And, you got to take the last shot. Now, never give the ball to what's the dude's J.R. Smith, because he might not know what's going on.
Run the other way.
And for some of you guys who don't watch sports, y'all might not get it. But J.R. Smith in the NBA Finals, he didn't know what was going on. And because of J.R. Smith back in the finals, Cleveland lost the game. And that's how a lot of women are nowadays. They just think that everything has to be automatic. And by the time, and this is why you have this lady, Candace Bushell, who was peddling this Sex in the City BS. And a lot of these women, Ram, do you remember when Sex and the City came out? I know you're old enough to remember.
Oh yeah, I remember when it first came out, and it was everybody's rave, man.
Ram, I remember one day. Now, my dad, you know, he's a military guy, right? Air Force, like one of the most, you know what I'm saying? Every day he's reading a book 2 hours before going to bed. One of the most guy with a regiment plan that I know. My mother had this dude watching Sex in the City, and I was looking at the nigga like, what's going on? Now, back when that show came out, I must have been like 15, 16. I was young. But that show, that was the wave. And everybody was watching that show. Now you got the writer of the show saying that she wishes that she would have had a family instead of putting careers first. And that's how a lot of women think. They think before the writer when, you know, she hit the wall. And I know that's another topic that we could get into, but I'm not going to be long-winded. But the reality is this. You have a lot of women who really think that the world revolves around them. And a lot of these women don't realize they live unlimited time. A lot of these women, they don't have a lot of time when it comes to snagging a man for marriage, if that's what they're looking for. A lot of these women don't realize that, okay, guess what? Yeah, 35 and 40, you might still be able to bunker buster somebody, but what about somebody wifing you up? And what about kids? And a lot of these women are going through life like this is a Disney movie, like it's a fairy tale, and it's not. The delusion is at an all-time high. And look, Ram, you know me, I'm not the most biblically inclined on this panel, but even in Revelations, it said that women, I mean, they're not going to be wifey material. And I know I'm paraphrasing, but at the end of the day, here's the thing, Ram. The main problem with a lot of these women is by the time they wake up and realize their mistakes, it's going to be too late. Every day, men are waking up. And it's only, look, will it get worse for men? Yes. You know what I'm saying? Now, I have my issues with Black Pill, but Black Pill is saying some real stuff when it comes to the fact that a lot of these women don't realize that once their time is up, they're going to be in panic mode. And like shout out to Coach Greg Adams says, they better start getting a cat and some cat food. That's all I got to say. Facts.
Facts. I think we got Thinking Man Templar back up, and then I'll go to Mr. Limber and then the villain. Are you back, Thinking Man?
Yeah, man.
Cool. We talked privately not too long ago about the spirit of the succubus, how we can sense the evil. So for those who weren't privy to that conversation, if you recall it, your thoughts on the spiritual depravity of the succubus and how even being in the creature's presence is a spiritual drain.
Oh man, that's a great question. And I do recall that conversation. You know what? A lot of men can probably reflect back to their youth and remember times where you felt uncomfortable in the presence of women that were, you know, acting unruly, or women you knew if you had a sense for wickedness when you were a kid. You know, I always would go to the church with my friend's mom, and I would feel uncomfortable in the church. Like it felt wrong, you know, and then something didn't quite match. But now as I get older and I start to read the scriptures, and then my red pill mind begins to connect the dots of the scriptures and what they're really saying. And now as a man in maturity, I can understand what these stories are trying to say. And I can apply my own life to these actual stories and situations that were almost mirror just in my own modern life. But nowadays, and I could take it back to that same situation with that bartender, you know, nowadays something goes off in me. You know, it's not like things where I'm saying, okay, I'm making decisions whether I'm gonna do something or not. It's like everything in me is telling me what I should be doing, and I should be getting out the situation. Nowadays, even on TV, you know, I watch certain things on television, and it's crazy that male enlightenment, and he was talking about how through the media, they're using these certain avenues in the media to propagate things that we know are wicked, we know are wrong, you know, that go against the Most High, everything. And we're seeing that they're beginning to like change it to where it's almost like a race in history, where if you only focus on the kids, it'll be like the things that we believe are righteous never happen and they don't matter. So now the kids will only know that, oh, it's all right for an 11-year-old boy to be a drag queen. You know what I mean? And that's okay for him to go on stage and other men throw money at him. You know, so now my spiritual eye, my understanding is pointing shit like this out when someone else could. So now when it comes to women, you know, and I think the whole plight is for men to get caught up with women while they're young and ignorant. Because I really think men's true maturity really takes place when he reaches his 30s, mid to 30 region. That's when maturity really comes to life. And you begin to take these spiritual paths and you start to understand who you are and your purposes. But they want you to throw it all away when you're young, you're 22, you have no understanding of certain things. And when it came to women, I always had this sixth sense to avoid women in certain arenas. Now, did I submit and deal with women? Of course. But it was always a point where I felt guilty. I felt like something was drawing me to another path, and that I was actually succumbing to the weaker side of me or to my lower self. And now at this point, when I see women on display the way they are, you know, and that's something I always touch on, it's like you can actually see the dysfunction in them trying to be sexy. You know, just as far as like women always got their tongue out in their pictures. And what's that Indian goddess, Kali or something like that?
Kali, yeah.
Yeah, and then you go look that up and you be like, damn, so if you understand these different entities are dwelling in certain parts of people in parts of the world where they believe in these things, and then you think how most succubi are wearing hair that comes from these Indian countries, right? And then that's what the god that they worship. But then these women take that hair and wear it over here. But now every time they take a picture, they got to stick their tongue out like this goddess or throw up some type of hand signal. And then when you look at the pictures and paintings of this goddess, that's exactly what she does in all of her depictions. So it's like now you start to get this guideline to yourself. And as you get older, it becomes more finite, more specific. You become more disciplined on it, where I won't waver on this at all. You know, and then you see the pool of women begin to shrink drastically. You know, because I've yet to meet a woman who I felt a connection or who had a connection to the Most High, truly, in my life. You understand? And women are always easily waned from spirituality, depending on the situation. But like now, you know, I could look at certain women like Cardi B, and I could look in their eyes, and it's emptiness. It's almost like a marionette, like a puppet that's just talking with somebody else's voice. Like, I don't believe that these people are even there anymore. Like, whoever she was when she was 21 or 15, that woman is gone. And she's been taken over by something demonic, wicked. And they're puppeting her. Like, people say, oh, like Beyonce. I'll be like, Beyonce been gone for years. Somebody else is basically puppeting these people, and they're speaking, and a lot of these women have been open vessels to demonic possession and activity, and they're just displaying themselves. So as a spiritual man, I could always see that, and nowadays I just try to avoid it when I feel it. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, well said, brother. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Up next, we're gonna have Mr. Limber and then Villain Von Doom, and then I have a couple of one closeout conversation that we want to have, because I know you guys been on here pretty long. It's been 3 hours, and I know you guys got stuff to do, so I don't want to hold you guys too long. Mr. Limber, from watching your channel since its inception, my perception of you, and I'm sure I'm right, is that you're a very thorough and disciplined man. And guys can learn a lot from you about self-mastery. Mr. Limber, can you tell us a little bit about your road to the discipline and self-mastery that you possess, what put you on the path, and what are some of the things that you do when it comes to self-mastery, and how can brothers become masters themselves in brief? I know that's a lot, but that's your area right there, brother.
All right, thank you for the question.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Lemon.
Yep.
Let me just get these couple of super chats out of the way real quick. We have Ahmed Bag. I don't want to miss the super chats. Says gold. Wolf and Alpha Tire with the super chat as well. AM1 with a closing out super chat. And the reality of fitness saying, what if She-Ra was on this panel? It'd be epic fail. Absolutely, brother. Appreciate that. So yeah, go in for us, Mr. Limber. Your process, brother.
Yes, my process, and for those of you, who don't know, age-wise for me, I usually don't display my age on YouTube, but I am in the same age bracket as Darius MGTOW. We were like one of the 2 youngest brothers on YouTube before the brother Steph's Code came out. Shout out to him, and pretty much became the youngest brother on YouTube. So my age,
Wait, Mr. Lemon, no disrespect. Are you trolling,
yeah.
bro? I thought you must have been in your 30s. You talking about the most high and meditate, yo, bro? For real? No, I'm being serious.
No, I'm serious, brother. I'm serious, and I'll tell you why. Yeah, my father has been, very substantial in making sure I stay very disciplined. Now, I'm a millennial that has a father that is from the silent generation. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's a man that is older than the baby boomers. There's somebody born in the 40s, almost a 30s baby. So my wisdom and my way to manhood is very disciplined and very old school. My mother is also from the silent generation, and I've always seen her as a submissive woman. So I understand the structure of the household, and the way it's supposed to be very well. My father also, he was a man who would not marry a woman who is not a virgin. Now, one thing I want to tell guys real quick as I tell my my background is this: women's misbehavior is not new. Even when we talk about the scriptures, a lot of what they do, we've seen the wicked ones and we've seen the scripture talk about the good women, but the good were always very few. But this is what I realized in the bad ones. Even when they could have been stoned to death, they still misbehaved. You see,
Great
so
point.
it doesn't get worse than the death penalty for misbehaving. So right now we are in a system where it's they could do whatever they want to do. So I have to stay disciplined as a man. First, remember what my father showed me, and of course he gave me the scriptures also. And looking at the scriptures is the next step in the next process that I take in order to keep me very disciplined. Now, I don't believe in necessarily changing the natural orders of things just because of how this society behaves. I am a man that tends to affect my environment rather than letting my environment affect me. So it's still a reality in what we live in, but my world is within me. So in my discipline, one, the scriptures are my meditation. I come from a strong background. My father, the scriptures are my meditation. I meditate in the scriptures. I have a whole 2-hour live stream on my channel still up, where I broke down the Bible red pill edition, and it was all red pill stuff we've been talking about right there in the scriptures. So a lot of guys, if they even knew about the book and not look at it as oh, it's the white man's book, or it's just some fables and some myths, they would have had this discipline in this red pill. I also do a lot of meditation and prayer, while focusing on the Most High to keep myself focused. I'm also very esoteric in the way that I think and practice. Now, I don't get into anything pagan, and because I am an Israelite, but I do have knowledge in that area. And when you have knowledge in that area, you look at things differently, as the brother Thinking Man's Templar said. Earlier I talked about, myself not messing with these women and staying disciplined. And one thing that I said that threw some people in the chat off was, I mentioned spiritual homosexuality, and they were like, what? And what they don't understand is these females have the spirit of all these men they have dealt with still in them. And you are now bonding your spirit to the spirit of those men. So that is what I was talking about. So some brothers that flew over their head because they're like, what are you talking about? And I've been so disciplined. I remember my brother RPC said this, the Red Pill Chauvinist, shout out to him. He said, he have the discernment now where he can look into their eyes. And I think another brother on here said the same thing, into the female eyes. And he could see, that there's a demon there. And that is the succubus that we all talk about. And I tell guys, part of my discipline, which is why I stay away for the most part. Now, I'm not an absolute monk, but for the most part, I try to stay away and try to have nothing to do with them because I'm not the counterpart of the succubus. So I'm not the incubus. So I don't even entertain them because when I see them, I lose attraction. And I remember the brother, you too, Brother Black Ram, you said the same thing. You're losing attraction to the succubus because I have a hard time betting a young lady that resembles a homeboy. So all of that is part of my discipline. And once again, to recap, I don't want to be too long-winded, but that came from my father, which is a silent generation baby, a 40s baby, down to the scriptures, being in the streets. Like a lot of guys don't know that about me. I grew up in the streets, I seen pimps. I'm not as good as the Dr. BOA, but I seen pimps, heard them talk. I seen the streets, I learned the game. I seen the violence, I decided to clean myself up and not let that take over me. But all of that, once again, goes to the scriptures. I try to keep myself grounded. But at the same time, for brothers who don't think I don't know the game. Don't think I don't know how to be a player if I want to. I'm a brother who study even dark psychology. You're talking about trance. You're talking about hypnosis. You're talking about herbal chemicals. And I'm not talking about necessarily anything illegal. You see what I'm saying? So I have a lot of areas of study. And I was also raised around a lot of Haitians, which they have a lot to teach people. Many people overlook their culture. So a lot of that disciplined me and gave me a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom. But with that wisdom, I chose to find the righteous way to go about it, because with a lot of knowledge, you can do a lot of harm also. So I would say, I guess, to wrap it up, that is kind of my discipline. I meditate in the scriptures. I do scripture-based mantras. I do a lot of prayer. I do a lot of reading. I try to keep the negative thoughts out. I remember my origin, which is my father, and I try to represent him and the scriptures the best way that I can and keep my honor the best way that I can. So I hope I answered the question the best way without being too long-winded.
Absolutely, Mr. Limber. I appreciate that, man.
Ram, I got a quick question for Mr. Limber, please.
Go ahead, brother.
Mr. Limber, when you said these women are like homeboys, are you sure you ain't talking about when you took off that chick's weave that one time when you was hitting them from the back?
Well, nah, brother. Well, I'm not a makeup man either. I'm very strict on makeup, to answer that. But no, I'm talking about that personality, man. And I was gonna have a live stream about that subject, the Pookie and Ray Ray subject. And I want to let a lot of guys know, you don't even want the type of women that Pookie and Ray Ray's getting sometimes. Because I came across these women in the hood, and yeah, they look good. But once you sit with them, if your mind is elevated as a man, you don't want them. I'm not a dude that's, I'm not a weed type dude. Like, for example, I'm not knocking brothers who doing what they're doing, but I'm not a weed type dude. I'm not a Black and Mild type dude. So when Keisha come over and she's smoking and she's drunk and, the nails all long and they probably ain't even done right. Her cuticles ashy, them big old eyelashes, the weave. I'm not turned on, So that's what I mean, that she's kind of like a homeboy. The female that's trying to dictate you even doing sex. You know what I'm saying? And, I don't have time for that. Now, of course, I never had too much of a hard time with women simply because my father's an old school alpha. So like the Dr. BOA said, I didn't have much issues, but when in my younger days, I've had some problems around my teens. So that's kind of what I mean about the being a homeboy. But yeah, sometimes, you know, yeah, they take off that weave, you know, when you hit from the back, and it's not it's not something you want either.
Appreciate that, Mr. Limber. Targeted, precise questioning here, targeted and precision toward each champion YouTuber on the channel, unique to him and his personality and what his channel is about. Y'all like that? I'm sure you do. Shout out to China White for her super chat. Appreciate you. We got Rick Scorpio in the building too. Shout out to the OG. Book of Alpha running me with his super chat says you're never seen a more thorough panel than this RNS. Absolutely. A super panel, a mega panel. And just to comment on what Mr. Limber said, when you encounter that succubus and you lay with her, you're encountering that masculine spirit. So that's a great point you made, Mr. Limber. Hopefully you do more videos talking about that masculine spirit that kind of puts a man on that other team in a sense.
I will.
When you get into that masculine spirit, because here go the thing, the creature is all wrong spiritually, man. And you have to start avoiding her like you avoid an STD. RO Strumentals, thank you for that super chat, brother. Appreciate that. So the last person for the targeted questioning, the precise targeted questioning. I'm sure you guys notice that every question I ask is targeted toward their channel or something they talk about or something they have talked about a lot. And shout out to the Red Pill Chauvinists. The villain Von Doom. And if you guys aren't subscribed to these guys, subscribe to the Thinking Man Simpler, the villain Von Doom, Solo TV 84, the Mr. Limber channel, the Book of Alpha Running, Male Enlightenment TV, and Afi Kingdom. I mean to say, Dominance Mindset, Raw Game, Afi Kingdom. I just love that, man. I have to say that.
You gonna confuse them now, see?
Afi Kingdom, then.
The link! You know how they do it.
Absolutely. So a lot of you guys should have a wrench to put the links to your channel in the chat. And I don't know if Villain has a wrench, but Villain, if you throw something in the chat, I'll make you moderator so you can throw your channel. So you gentlemen, throw your channels up. Shout out to Mr. Jackson. He says, so much fire in here, I had to get up and go to the gym and lift on this one. Oh, you don't have a wrench, Solo? Okay, I got you, brother. Let me ask this targeted question to the villain Von Doom. You talked about in the inception of your channel, great channel, by the way, very soulful channel, man. In the inception of your channel, you talked about how it changed you traveling overseas, traveling to Thailand. Brother, can you enlighten us about the awakening that you experienced from being a thinking and traveling man?
Absolutely, brother. Thank you for having me. First of all, I really appreciate it to be amongst a panel of outstanding brothers, and I feel honored, and God bless you all. You know what I'm saying? Thailand was a life-changing experience for me, especially dealing with PTSD and getting out of the military, and now having a whole experience with the son and this baby mama drama that was on my back for a while, and it was just life was just beating the crap out of me. And then Thailand came along, and it took about 10 years for me to get the courage up to take this trip, solo travel. Went out there. I had time to reflect, did some meditation. I actually got in a cage with tigers, you know, and it was a bold thing to do. It was kind of like I believe it was the Most High. I mean, there was a guy I met over there who a buddy of his kind of last minute, he kind of cowered and chickened out a little bit after he paid for the ticket, which was a pretty expensive ticket. And so I just happened to be there, and he said, hey, you want to, you know, step in the cage with these tigers? And at first I was a little nervous, but I said, you know what, the universe put me here for a reason, so I did. And it was the most mystical, life-changing experience, just being in this cage with these 4 tigers, surrounded by these majestic creatures. And at that point, I had this this epiphany of my life. Like, wow, this is what I want to do. This is what I need to do. I need to travel and get out and do things that everyday people don't get the opportunity to do for my own self-healing. I need to see the world while I still can, because that's always been a dream and a goal of mine. But life has put me in this situation where I'm homeless, I'm struggling and trying to just keep things afloat. But Thailand came along, and the opportunity to go back again, to be amongst brothers who we can talk and network and just sit down together, break bread, and have that fellowship that it seems nearly impossible to do here. So in essence, Thailand changed my life and helped me kind of get more in touch with myself. Having that time as a solo traveler and just getting out there, overcoming the fear that was binding me down from just going. I didn't need to have an entourage. I just went as a man. I stood up on my own 2 feet and got out there and went. And if I fought through wars and survived that, I knew I could survive a cage and 4 tigers, I guess. Call me ambitious, but, So, I think, and I created my channel for men to inspire men to, hey, you can change your life. And I've made a lot of trips along my way. I'm not perfect. I'm still trying to figure this shit out. I came out the military with severe PTSD after surviving 3 wars, back to back to back, no breaks. But that's what the Marine Corps required of me. So dedicated and loyal to my brothers out here to help these men and help myself, because it's therapeutic, just to get out there and talk about, hey, travel. Get a break from this stuff, because we're bombarded every day with all this craziness and all this distractions, the succubi and all this other stuff. And sometimes we need to take a break from this so that we can come back to this war, because we're in the trenches. And I tell men, I'm in the trenches, and without a break, I've seen men do horrible things to themselves. So before that can happen, I believe my mission, I was put here by my Creator to put the word out there that men need ways. You don't have to pick up that bottle. You don't have to smoke anything. You don't have to go and bash your fist upside her head. You can take a trip and find yourself a little piece of paradise, your own personal piece of paradise, and just ease your mind, because there's not many places we as men of color can go on this planet that find peace. But if you could find peace, and perhaps, a little female peace on the side or whatever that keeps you comfort, whatever, more power to you, because no one cares for us but us. The world sees us as expendable, and trust me, as being in the military, I woke up just in time. I actually died over there and was brought back to life.
Wow.
I was resuscitated. So after that, I couldn't hold a weapon anymore. I couldn't kill anything. So I couldn't, if I could avoid stepping on a bug, I would, But before that, I'd kill anything that came across my way. So, yeah, but there was an interesting thing that happened over there, and I wanted to share this with brothers. This planet is alive. There's things inside this earth, and take it from someone who lived inside the caves of Afghanistan, deep inside the caves. There's things inside this earth that we can't explain, and we're not being told the truth. And what we're receiving is a dumbed down version of reality. However, I want to say this: there was something in there that changed me and inspired me that it's all right. It's okay. You can breathe. Everyone can breathe and just be yourself. And you don't have to take this shit that you're going through. You can change your life. You can change your reality. So something inspired me that I didn't have to be in that negative vibration that I was, and that my life was meant to go in a brighter direction. And that's where I've been ever since. So I've been on that path. I'm a massage therapist. I do deep tissue work, hot stones. I study that. I'm a chef. I'm also a father, Marine. I do a lot of different things, but most importantly, I think my soul is here to help other men realize that, brothers, I'm here for you. You know what I'm saying? We need to embrace each other as men and say, look, I'm not going to let you fall. I'm going to help you up. And I believe once we start looking at each other, as brothers and not the enemy, we can start making some progress. We don't have to agree on everything. And once we get over that fact that we don't have to agree, but we don't have to kill each other, I think that's a powerful thing. If we got a disagreement, hey, I got a set of boxing gloves, and hey, let's go. I think that'll make men out of us. I appreciate that. And at the end of the day, I'll buy you a brew. There it is.
Ram, can I ask him a quick question?
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, the Legion of Van Doom, this is our first time talking, but I got to ask, Is it true that some of those Thai chicks are holding from the back? I'm curious, bro. I'm curious.
Oh, what's that? Nah, bro, I don't know anything about that.
It's the Philippines, Solo.
Oh, the Philippines. My bad. Somebody.
Nah, but
I thought
No,
we were.
I think Villain didn't get your question right. He was asking if the girls in Thailand are thick, if they got bodies.
oh, okay. I thought he was probably referring to any ladyboy situations over there, because there's a lot of that over there too. But yeah. There's a lot of Thai chicks over there who are really very much built nice. A lot of them, because they walk in a lot of areas and stuff, they really keep their body in shape and their mind. So I try to and tell men that not every girl over there is a prostitute. Not every girl over there lives in the red light district. It's sad that all we see is that side of Thailand. When you travel, you get to see all different aspects of the good and the bad, but the only way you're ever going to know for yourself is to get out there and just travel, get your passport, travel, and see it for yourself, because it's different for everybody. My experience is unique to myself, and it'd be different for you. But yeah, to answer your question, yes, they're very. There's a lot. You got different varieties in structure, and I recommend for every man at least once to go and experience Thailand for yourself.
Oh yeah, hashtag passport gang. We got to get over that, man. Got to get over that. Hey, Villain, I appreciate that, man. That was very heartfelt. Appreciate you sharing a part of you and your experience with us, man. You didn't have to do that, but I'm glad you opened up with us, man. And it's what the brotherhood is all about. Let me read a couple of these super chats. Harold Jackson says to me, to my brother, Thailand is the best solo traveler myself. Oh, so yeah, a lot of guys going to Thailand by themselves. Simon R. Brown says, what are the brothers' thoughts on the Dom BDSM? That's a topic maybe for another time, Simon. Appreciate that, but I don't want to sway the conversation in too many different ways. I'll see toward the end if the brothers want to stay around to ask questions or to answer questions. So we've been here for a little bit over 3 hours. So before we end the conversation, I got to get you guys' opinion on something. Shout out to Stephen Scott with his super chat. Appreciate that. So I got to get you guys' opinion. Appreciate the super chat, Solo. Says salute Ram. I.e. the stream is dope. Love it. Appreciate that, brother. So I got to get you guys' opinion. I know not everybody probably want to participate in this question, but for those who can, I ask that you do and jump right on in. But I'm curious. So this question is not only to the mega panel. I mean, I got to pause for a minute. Shout out to the panel once again. Appreciate that. Harold Jackson says, yes, a lot of cakes out there, Solo TV 84, Thailand. But shout out to this panel once again, man. I mean, we got Thinking Man's Templar, Villain Von Doom, Solo TV 84, Mr. Limber for the first time. And we got the Book of Alpharonomy. We have Male Enlightenment TV and Dominance Mindset, Raw Game, Affy Kingdom. And Xanatos Clutch in the building. Appreciate you, Xanatos. Got 007. So this is a mega panel. I don't know, we had you guys in here for a long time, so I'm not going to hold you guys too much longer, but I do have a question again for the panel and to the chat room. And anybody can jump in on this because I know everybody may not have this interest, but just bear with me for a minute. And then after this question, if you guys want to stick around for maybe to answer a few questions, we can do that. So my question to the panel and to the chat room, the best team in LA, is it the Clippers or the Lakers? Need you guys to tell me about this.
I'm the Lakers. I'm a LeBron James fan. That's one of my idols, man. And it ain't got shit to do with basketball. Just because I like how he moves and the stuff that that's it. I'm on whatever team he on.
Y'all, I'm gonna say the Clippers, man.
Why so, brother? Talk to us about why.
Thing, man, you know, LeBron, man, I mean, he still put up pretty good numbers, man, but that boy long in the tooth for an NBA player, man. Yeah, he's been playing for a long time, man, and he started when he was 18. So he goes into except for last year. Last year was the first time he hadn't gone deep into the playoffs in a long time, man. So his seasons are long. He carries his teams. And for the first time last year, the injury bug hit him. He's been pretty much injury free. And when you get to be an older NBA player with the miles on your legs, man, once you start getting injured, you never stop getting injured. Look at Chris Paul. You never stop getting injured. So, I say just due to the fact of his age and the fact that Kawhi and Paul George are both in their primes and they're the top two-way players in the league, which means all these little guards that be running around shooting all these threes and all that are going to get shut down every single game. So, I just don't see how you can beat them over there, man. And they got their bench, they got one of the deepest benches in the league, man. You know what I'm saying? Their 6th man of the year will be starting on the Lakers.
Damn.
So, if you want to ask me about the teams in LA, man, I just don't see where, and Anthony Davis, man, he kind of a cream puff, man. You got 2 cats that's LeBron about to start getting injured. That cat's injured, man. I just don't really see how they're gonna do it in the West. Nah, man.
Man.
Don't forget the Clippers got Patrick Beverly too, so that's they got 3 defensive masterminds on their team, man. It's gonna be hard to, you know what I'm saying?
3-headed monster in the backcourt, man.
Ooh, man. And I got a follow-up question to that too, but you put a lot on my mind. Go ahead. Who else want to take that?
I got Clippers.
Why so? Tell us. You got to tell us why. Though. You got to tell us why.
Well, it's the style of play with with the Clippers guy, and that's a serious defensive team the way I see it. And I think it's more of a balanced team all around than the other teams we're seeing out there. Now I'm still not sleeping on Oakland, but I don't think they're really gonna be the team out there. So everybody talking about LeBron, like BOA said, he's getting older, he's in great shape, but age, we can't really beat age like that. He's been in great shape, and I'm afraid he's the kind of player that's just one major injury away from retirement. So, he don't look like the guy who get like little tweaks like Dwayne Wade used to get. So he seemed like the kind of guy who he get one big one and that's a wrap. So, he's getting older. So I'm looking at Paul George over there. I'm looking at Kawhi Leonard, that defense and the offense, the 2 of them bring. You got Patrick Beverly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see nobody really stopping them right now besides injury.
That defense is awesome, but we talking about LeBron, man. We talking about LeBron.
Ram, come on, Ram.
Bron getting old.
ESPN, huh? LeBron's eating tacos. He's dunking in little Bronny's AAU games. Look, and I know for a fact, I got some sources in LA. LeBron is too busy bunker busting those Latina and snow bunnies. Listen,
oh man,
I know you got Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Lou Williams, Patrick Beverly, Mr. Harrell. I mean, look, Ram. I'll put up 100 right now on the game. Right now. Anybody want to make a bet? I'll put 100 on the game. I'm not even trying to stun. Listen, at the end of the day, look. Here's the thing. LeBron James got injured last year. And guess what? His defense last year was trash. It was the worst defense he ever played in his career. He doesn't have the stamina like he did when he was in Miami or Cleveland before that when he was younger. There's only so much PEDs you can take. Shout out to COJ. But the PEDs is running out. I mean, listen, that's all I got to say. Clippers will win against the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals in 6. That's my prediction. I'm out.
Whoa, my man. Anybody else got anything to say?
Wait, he said he was going to the conference finals? Both of those teams?
I think he said that. Yeah, I think he mean the Lakers going to the conference finals.
Nah, I don't think the Lakers are going to the conference finals at all. Not at all. They got Anthony Davis, who I probably is not going to make it through the season. Just like Alfaronimi said, he's kind of a cookie dough type dude, man. You know what I mean? He got girl parts. So I don't think he's going to make it all the way to the end of the season. And what's the other kid? Mark Cousins? Definitely not.
Marcus Cousins, yeah.
Yeah, LeBron's going to be by himself by next February. You understand? I don't think that he's going to have these guys the whole season to the finals.
Guess what?
Playoffs? No way.
This is injured. Templar, he's going to be mentally checked out because that's what LeBron does. As soon as he starts losing, as soon as the pressure is tough, he mentally checks out. We saw that when that happened with J.R. Smith. We saw that when it happened in Miami against the Dallas Mavericks. LeBron, when it comes to real pressure, he's not built for that.
He got to win by a landslide. I don't know. But
LeBron's not a leader like that. Once things go bad, man, he starts tripping.
Absolutely.
They confused his court awareness with leadership. And
Exactly.
they took that and meshed them together. Magic Johnson was court aware, but he was a leader as well. That's
Great point.
different. Or Jason Kidd, or guys that can handle a team, Steve Nash and John Stockton. Those were leaders with court awareness. LeBron had court awareness, and he was a big ticket, so they gave him this big leadership cue. But when we seen over the years, he had to literally dismantle teams and rebuild them just to get close to having any success outside of leaving.
I
Watch.
lost respect for that
predict
dude
this.
because he
If
had
the Lakers
done
get
enough
this
man
bad-
team. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Ohim. You haven't said nothing. You've been quiet for a minute. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, I was saying I lost respect for LeBron ever since he had to join another dude's team to win a championship. I was done then. So,
I predict this. We might even see Kobe come back.
No.
Yes.
Oh, you wild now.
If the Lakers start crumbling, Janie Buss, she topping everybody off. You know what I'm saying? Kobe might be coming back. I know you guys think I'm crazy, but he's had like 2 years of rest. He's ready to go, and he's still keeping in shape.
Wow. Anybody else want to tackle that? So I guess the consensus on the panel is that the best team in LA is the Clippers. Anybody think differently?
I'm personally just waiting for KD to get right, and Brooklyn. Just because I'm from New York, I just want to see Brooklyn jump off. So I don't really care about either one of them. And I live in California. I'll go to the games. Don't get it fucked up. But what I'm saying is, I'm waiting for KD and Kyrie to come out. I'm an East Coast dude. I always fuck with East Coast, the Eastern Conference. So I just want to see that team do their thing, because the Knicks are a fucking joke. And I want to make sure that at least one New York team can be respectable this year. That's all I want.
Yeah, when Brooklyn get KD back, that's going to be a serious threat right there. Serious threat.
Exactly.
Going into the NBA, last question about sports. Going into the NBA season, well, two-part question. Going into the season, who's the best team in the East, and what is you guys' prediction for the finals? What two teams will we see?
Ram, I got the Clippers versus the Bucks.
Oh,
Giannis is a beast. I think that, you know what I'm saying, I know there's a bunch of people in chat saying, what about Philly? Look, tell Ben Simmons to stop messing with the Kylie Jenners and them R&B singers, bruh. Look, and tell him this dude didn't even make a three-pointer yet. How they gonna go to Philly, Boston, Raptors, Super is gonna be the Bucks against the Clippers. And I got 100 right now. Let's go.
Ooh-wee. Bucks versus Clippers, huh? I'm gonna hold you to that, fella.
I got Philly versus Golden State.
Golden State, BOA?
Man, listen, bro. People forget, man. Golden State was already banging before KD got. They were a better team without KD. As far as the chemistry, as far as the record, as far as the way they dominated, the way they were able to turn it on and off, man. I mean, they were just so good that they had to win with KD. But I think they're a better team without him, man. And now they don't have the bullseye on them anymore. So they can just kind of coast in there, get better, get their team chemistry back together, work in a couple of new players that they got, man. Hey, man, they still the cream of the crop out there, man, until somebody prove different. Because right now, we can still say if KD wasn't injured, maybe they would have won last year.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you can't count them out, man, just because who they lose. KD, Iggy, that was a big
Looney.
as far as I'm concerned.
Dr. Center got hurt.
KD, man. But I put them in there, man. I think they got one more good run in them, man, because these other teams, man, they got to, there's also the chemistry issue with these guys as well. With the Lakers and Clippers, man, there's a chemistry issue that has to be worked out.
Yeah, that's true. You just because you got a great team don't mean you got great chemistry, and nobody can deny that Golden State got great chemistry. Shout out to the villain Von Doom on the panel with the super chat. Anybody else want to chime in before we do our closing thoughts and statements?
No disrespect to BOA, but even if
I knew you were coming, Solo.
So if Thompson comes back, you ain't got a bench. With what bench are you gonna win?
Oh, you know what, man? Hey, I forgot Clay was out, man. I forgot he was hurt. Hey, scratch that.
Don't
Scratch
forget
that.
about who's that guy again? Is it D'Angelo Russell?
Philly and the Clippers, man. Philly.
Oh yeah,
Don't
they
they
got
got
Russell now.
D'Angelo Russell though? That
Yeah,
ain't
from Brooklyn.
He was a victim. He was the victim of the system. He was the beneficiary of the system in Brooklyn, man. He was a beneficiary of the system in Brooklyn, man.
Yeah, he was just the only guy who could do anything. He's not
right. I don't think he's gonna look as good in with Golden State, man.
Yeah, he just had a green light. That's all.
I will say this, because in the NBA, just like the NFL, injuries can change, the flow of the game. You know what I'm saying? So, BOA, you might be right. Maybe when Clay comes back and LeBron might be out because of that snow bunny-itis and the Latina taco. Because, Taco Tuesdays, you know what he's talking about there, right? He's talking about them Latina girls. Let's keep it a buck. He's talking about them tacos. And look, if Clay comes back, I mean, because we know Steph is going to hold it down, but Steph is not that durable either. So, but then D'Angelo Russell, he might have a breakout season because he's trying to prove himself that last year when he went to the All-Star game, it wasn't a fluke. So I don't know. I mean, this season is up for grabs. And let's not forget Denver and Utah. There's so many good teams in the West, and Portland. You can't sleep on none of them teams, bro.
Yeah, you got a great point, man. Because I think at least one of those teams is gonna shock some people, man. Probably not Denver. They had the best record in the West last year, but I think Portland or Utah is gonna shock some people, man.
Yeah,
I'm just glad balance has been restored to the NBA.
Yeah,
I'm glad the balance is back. You don't really know who's gonna win. You know what I mean? So now they fixed that. Now I can watch some regular season. I might get my NBA pass back and watch the app and shit. I fucking canceled it over the last couple of years. I might pay that little $100, get the little season pass again, go see some more games when I'm on the road. But yeah, the season lost a lot of love over the last couple of years. They was banking on the playoffs and the finals that people stopped watching the regular games, and I was one of them. So hopefully people start watching again. Hope Zion. I think the Pelicans going to surprise some people because they got a young, bouncy team, that's going to run, and they might put a lot of people in the seats. So I hope that goes well too.
Great point. I'm thinking the NBA Finals. I'll have to probably say Philly, man. And coming out of the East, I think this may be their breakout.
Ram, I got 100 right now for you, Ram. Philly. Come on, man.
I ain't that confident about it. I ain't that confident, man. But I'm looking at Philly, man. Philly is almost there, man. Almost there. But yeah, the Bucks did their thing, man. But it's like Philly is almost there, man. If a couple of things would have went their way, it would have been a different story. So I'm gonna go with Philly, and I think it's gonna be a surprise in the West, man. Y'all gonna hate me for this, man, but I can't count LeBron out, man. I think LeBron got one more championship in him. I think he got one more. So I think it's gonna be LA Philly. I think he got one more in him.
My only thing I'll give LeBron is that maybe for the first time he got the rest that he needed. And he got to take some time off and get his body back in shape and really heal up and look like he lost a lot of weight, like he slimmed down. I will give DeMarcus Cousins credit. He did slim down a lot. So maybe, just maybe, LeBron might shock the world. I don't know. So I'll give him that. That's maybe the only benefit of him not getting in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron gonna score, AD gonna score, DeMarcus gonna get you 20, 30 points. They still got Kyle Kuzma. They still got some decent players, man, and a decent bench. They coach, I don't know about that, but I think they might be decent, man. I think they might be able to pull it off. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Philly and in LA. I kind of want to say the Bucks, but I don't know. I think Philly is almost there with that.
Why the Bucks can't get no love when, you know what I mean? They did kind of dominate. They just lost to the Raptors.
They did, man, but it seemed like Philly is just almost there, man. It seemed like they doing the right things. It's just almost.
They lost. Didn't they lose Jimmy Butler?
I think they did. I think they
done. Jimmy Butler ain't been picked up, did he?
I think Jimmy Butler takes away from a team. It's like every team that he goes to, they lose something. And not that he's not a good player, he's a great player, but I think he disrupts the chemistry of a team. So I think they probably better off without Jimmy.
I don't even know what team he's on no more.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Picked up. I have no idea.
It's the reason why. It's the reason why he's been shopped around so much. Go ahead, Solo.
He in Miami.
What
He Miami
Graham,
Heat.
what do you think? Where do you think Houston is going to be at with Harden and Westbrook?
Man, I just can't see two ball hogs doing something, man. You know, they got hella egos, man, and I think that I think it has the potential. But which one of them would want to sit back and be the shooting guard? You know what I'm saying? You can't have two ball handlers, man. I mean, Harden can play off the ball, but you really haven't seen that. Russell can play off the ball too, but you really haven't seen it. It's like they need the ball in their hand at all times. So I think that's a recipe for disaster right there.
Russell can't shoot, man. You can't put him off. He got to dribble ball, man. That boy can't. That boy's listen. Bro.
Right, he shouldn't play the two guard. He probably should be the point, but it's hard.
Call Westbrook construction, man.
Yeah. And Westbrook is another guy who disrupts the team. That's another guy that brings kind of a disruption. You know, it seems like Westbrook just can't get it together. He can't really play with anybody, and it's a reason behind that, man. He a ball hog, and I don't think you can put him with a team and make another team better when.
Black Ram, here goes the thing. James Harden is the greatest regular season NBA player ever. Facts.
Yeah, I got to go with you on that, man.
But maybe Russ can take over the playoffs. But like Chronicles of Judah says, his nickname is Russell Westbrook. So you guys got a good point. Y'all got a good point.
You know what?
I wouldn't even give James Harden that title. At all. As far as the best player of the season, James Harden is really kind of trash when you think about how he played.
Bro, did you not see the game where he put up like 20, 40-point games last season, or did you sleep?
But how did he do it? Though? It was like he did it in a corny way, like all of the fake fouls and the going to the line a bunch of times with some bullshit, the sidestep garbage he does as a damn travel every time. Like all of that, I don't even like James Harden play. I don't like watching him play ball because the shit gets me mad. That the fact that he gets to play like that shit is trash. You know what I mean? Like at the end, Russell Westbrook is trash too. Both of them dudes deserve to be on the same team so they can ruin each other's lives because they both suck to me. And that's just how I feel. James Harden is trash. Like I would never give him that as far as like, yeah, he's entertaining. He might crack a couple ankles here and there and get a couple dudes leaning and shoot a jump shot. But come on, man. If it wasn't for the referees, he would be garbage.
Templar, email me. I got $100 for you if you're right. Let's set that up. Let's set that up, player.
What's your bet? What is your bet?
I don't have one.
What is your exact bet? Because when you said that, I was like, what are we even talking about? I bet.
Hey, on that note, fellas, I got to call it a night.
Yeah, man.
All right, bro.
I got to go get something to eat. I'm trying to go see that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood real quick.
Cool. Hey, I appreciate you brothers coming out, man. Anybody got some closing thoughts? I know some of you guys got to go, and appreciate you guys making this an epic panel. But closing thoughts for whoever can stay around.
I'm just gonna say this real quick, man. Like I said, y'all brothers, stop being humble. Please understand that what you come from, you got to understand that there's somebody been guiding your steps and keeping you alive and keeping you sane. And at this point in your life, you've reached this pinnacle where brothers are communicating on this grand of a level, and it's life changing. You know what I'm saying? And it's leading brothers to across the world. Brothers is traveling and changing their lives and seeing a world that we wasn't even supposed to make it to, especially in our age group. So it's been a blessing. Be happy for what you got, man. Even if you don't got a lot. Shit, man. It's people that got way less, man, and they fucked up out here. I was downtown LA with my homeboy, and it was a dude literally sleeping on the street. No pillow, no blanket, no nothing. Just bare feet out on the street. You know what I'm saying? So it keeps you in perspective to know that be happy, man. Don't let nobody tell you you're not worth your salt. Don't let no woman take you out your game. Keep your money in order. And looking, the world is big, man. Go experience it. If you made your money and you did what you got to do, just stop being humble, stop being quiet. All y'all brothers in the chat that got something to say, make a channel, man. Why you keeping all that wisdom to yourself? You done been through some shit, you survived it. Make a fucking channel, man. Why we still can. Because I can't sit there and make all the channels. If I really say what I want to say, my page would be down in a day. You understand? So I don't really want to bank on this YouTube shit. So y'all dudes just drop what you can and keep pushing the envelope forward so we can save brothers' lives, man. That's all I got to say. But I'm out, man. Y'all brothers be safe. Shout out to you, Ram. Shout out to everybody in the panel. Yo,
Hey,
Solo, when you come up with that bet, when you got that bet, you come holler at me, and we'll figure out how we can prove James Harden is trash and the Rockets are trash. They probably won't make it out the first round of the playoffs if they make it to the playoffs. Garbage. But when you find that bet, holler at me. I'll send it out. I'll put my email in the chat. Thanks, Ram.
Hey, appreciate you, brother. We'll wrap.
Yes, sir, family.
All right, TMT, hit me.
Peace, family. I got you, Afi.
All right.
Anybody else with closing thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Black Ram, for the invite, man. Like I said, man, you've been rocking with me when I didn't even have 100 subs, man. So
absolutely.
And then and I just want to just let the cats let's just use our brains real quick. So if Black Ram is solidified, right, and there's one last hangout that he's doing, that should tell you that everyone on here is solid. Because he can have whoever he want on his last stream. So the fact that BOA, MLC, Solo, I'm just looking at your stuff. The Legion, I got to subscribe to you. Enlightenment TV, that tell you that's the receipt right there, fam. So in case you didn't realize that, that's a receipt. So I want to shout out all my brothers. I'm subscribed to everybody on this panel except for the Legion. I'm going to get you, though. So, yeah, subscribe to my YouTube channel, AFI Kingdom, AFI Kingdom. It's about just red pill awareness, books, travel. I do the dating advice. I do my dating advice on Patreon, though. So, yeah, I got to get on my Patreon for that. Follow me, Dominus Mindset and Raw Gang. Salute to all you guys. Have a good rest of your day, y'all.
Hey, appreciate you coming on, Afi. We'll wrap, brother.
Appreciate y'all, too, man.
Hey, look at here, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to slide on out of here myself, man. Got a couple things to take care of early AM, man. Yo, I appreciate y'all, brothers, man. This was, this is rare that, I've been on a panel and I've still been able to be a fan while I was on the panel, which, is a tremendous thing. Most times you got to sit over in the chat to really enjoy, what's going on the panel, man. But, hey, man, I've been thoroughly intrigued and entertained at the same time, man. It's amazing to have as many brothers as were on this panel with like minds, with like minds in enough areas to see eye to eye on a majority of things and offer, wisdom to one another, in front of, this many people, you know what I'm saying? Almost halfway to 1,000 people in here, man, consistently the entire time, which means that, sometimes we tend to think, and I know I do, I don't know if you guys do, but when you come in with that good message, man, sometimes you feel like it gets overlooked for the foolishness. But the fact that we could keep this number of people here consistently throughout this entire thing, man, it's a jolt to my, it gave me a burst of energy, man, as far as I continue to create this type of content, man. So, hey, I appreciate you having me on, Brother Ram, man. Everybody in the chat, man, if you're not subscribed to me, go ahead and do that. If you don't, you ain't got to. That's up to you. But, go listen to the content, do something, subscribe to somebody, listen to somebody, do something with yourself. So y'all brothers be easy, man.
Real quick, BOA, can I say something, man?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I mean, like, real talk, I think that there's been a miscommunication on the low between me and you, because I was on a panel, and I know you know what I'm talking about, and maybe I should have handled this behind the scenes, but long story short, I was on a panel where it was me and a couple other brothers. We were talking about cold approach versus choosing signals. Now, throughout the panel, a brother kept referencing your video, and I kept saying, look, I don't know what BOA said, so I can't say nothing. I wish I knew what he said, but all I can say is talk about my experiences. So at the end of the day, BOA, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people call me arrogant, cocky. Yeah, I'm a cocky ass nigga because at the end of the day, I come from North Minneapolis. You know what I'm saying? That's where we ride. But I respect a lot of the things you do. And I know me and you, we may not agree on everything, right? But at the end of the day, bro, I know when a brother's sincere and when a brother's dropping some jewels, and I can salute you because at the end of the day, bro, you doing something phenomenal, bro. You're doing something phenomenal. And I just want you to let you know, bro, like, I respect you. Now, if you don't respect me, that's cool. But at the end of the day, I want to let you know that. So that's all I got to say, bro.
Hey, look at here, man. From one cocky nigga to another. Hey, man, it's all love, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just the fact that you've been able to do your own thing over there in your own lane and get your numbers to where they are, man, you know, that's respectable in itself. You know what I'm saying? Because it's easy to get your numbers up if you're doing, you know, the popular thing, the end thing, whatever's working for everybody else. But to be doing your thing over there, man, because you're an oddball like a motherfucker, man, but you got a core audience that fucking love you over there, bro. So, you know what I'm saying? I can't do nothing but respect that, man, because I myself have a very core audience, man. They are keyed into what I do. And, you know, for you to watch you expand the way you are, man, to have that type of reach, brother, I can't do nothing but respect you, man, because, hey, man, why else are we on this platform if not to expand our joints?
No doubt, bro. And like I said, we got to get you for an interview on Solo TV 84. I promise I'll keep the corny jokes down. But, you know, on this panel, you know, I was a bit more serious until Ram started talking about basketball. But, hey, BOA, I didn't even know you fuck basketball like that. That surprised me. Real talk. I like that.
Yeah, for sure, man. You know, when you get that downtime, man, you kind of need that thing, man, that can entertain you, man. And I find it, you know, over the past few years, it's been kind of garbage, but you know, things are looking up for this season, man. So I'm excited about watching this year, man.
Appreciate you coming through, BOA. We're gonna chop it up again, brother.
I no doubt, man. Y'all brothers be easy, man.
Appreciate it, brother.
All right, take it easy, brother.
All right, brother, Black Ram, brother, thank you for having me, man. I really appreciate it. Like I said, it's an honor to be a part of this panel with some awesome individuals, man. I thank you all for your contribution to healing and helping brothers out there. Man, I just, you know, you're all in my prayers. Stay real in the trenches because, you know, we got spiritual warfare here and we in it, you know. So let's just keep doing what we can do.
We all want to know, though, how was that Asian like, though? You know what I'm saying, player? No, God damn.
Hey, you might have to get him for an interview, Solo.
Yeah.
Hey, Lisa, drop your email in the chat too. Like,
yeah. You know, I'm new to this live stream, so I'm not really familiar with all the wrenches and everything like that. But I definitely want to drop my email to you and everything, so we can link up and stuff. And I'll tell you all about it because Thailand is a whole nother experience. That's a whole nother show. So.
Hey, Solo, I think you need to do a show with just about Thailand. Number one master teacher, the villain, just a Thailand show, brother.
Hey, Ram, I know niggas about to laugh, but the first time I smashed the Asian chick, I busted in 30 seconds. I was that pussy was hella tight. God damn.
Hey, we got to go to Thailand, Solo.
No doubt. I'm telling brothers, man, get out there, get your passport, get to Thailand. The tickets are super cheap. Round trip, like $450 if you get it during the low season. You know, very easy to get there. Everything's in English, so they got a lot of people who can get you around. You'll meet people along the way, but just get out of your way and travel because this mess over here is toxic. The food is toxic, the water is toxic, the women are toxic, everything's toxic. You got to go somewhere where you're able to just decompress from all this shit because we carry a lot, you know, day to day, and it's hard to know how much you actually take it in until you go to a place where your mind can be at peace, and you see that, wow, I've been distracted all these years. I've been missing out on life itself, you know. So I get it. We all have to work our grind, but you know, we still got to take the time for ourselves because you're here for yourself and you're here for whatever the Most High puts you here for. You don't want to be depleted before the game is over. Other than that, like I said, thank you, brothers, for all your knowledge and wisdom. I believe I'm subscribed to you all, and I got to thank you again, Black Ram, you, Thinking Man Templar, BOA, all you guys out there, Master Limba, I can't forget you too, man. All you brothers on this panel. I mean, I look up to you guys. You guys encourage me to step out here and just talk about my story because each and every one of us got a story in us. And I'd like to say, kind of just bouncing off of what Thinking Man said, you know, if you're out there and you got this stuff inside, make a channel, put that out there because you have a lot of wisdom and you're just keeping that inside you. And that's kind of selfish because the Most High put you here to express yourself and let that out into the world. No need to keep that gift inside. So make your channel, get out of your own way, conquer your fears, get your passport, travel and go to Thailand. That's all I got to say.
Hey, I appreciate you, Villain. And
Thank you,
for
brother.
those who are not subscribed, YouTube channel is the Villain Von Doom. Go check him out.
Villain
Von
Who's
Doom.
out?
Absolutely. Appreciate you,
Hi,
brother.
brothers. Peace.
All right. All right. Who next want to say their closing statement?
So I ain't gonna be too long. I just wanna thank you, of course, as always, for allowing me to be on the panel. I want to give a shout to everybody that was on the panel: TMT, BOA, Villain Von Doom, Solo TV 84, everybody. Like, even I can't think of everybody who checked out already, but forgive me if I don't say your name. But I just want to say thanks for having me, and I appreciate it. And thank you.
Hey, I appreciate you too, Ohim. And although Hangouts is going away, we're gonna find a way. You hear me, Solo? We're gonna find a way to try to keep this up, though, as far as having a panel is concerned.
Yep. All right, so peace.
Peace, fam. Mr. Limber, your first time out, man. I want to thank you. Hey, this is your first time on a panel ever. So, Mr. Limber, man, that means a lot to me, brother, for your first time coming out. You just recently did your first live stream. So, Mr. Limber, I appreciate you coming out, man. What's your closing thoughts, brother?
Yeah, brother. Thank you for having me. I don't know if you guys could hear me because I seemed like I was muted for a while.
We can hear you loud and clear now, brother.
All right, good. Yeah, no, I was saying, thank you, for having me on. I just had to get on before because I'm not sure how long it might take before we have another software where we could do Hangouts. But because I've been looking over YouTube and I didn't see much, and I know I had to do one way back then. I promised BOA, yourself, and O'Shea, and it's been years since I'm always moving about. I'm always on the road. So thank you for having me. Thank you to everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel. Much respect. It's nothing but boss level men on here, so respect that. And I also love the fact that it was a very respectful panel. It's always good to have that.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for having me, and hopefully we can do this again.
Appreciate that, Mr. Limber. Appreciate that. Solo TV 84.
Wait. Ram. Hold up. You got to say it again, but in slow mo. Like really slow mo, yeah, like for real, because I got the last word. Finally, I'm on Ram's panel.
Man, and shout out to Mr. Limber again. Let me say your full name, man. At least to me, Solo TV 84, the Snow Bunny Whisperer, and I appreciate that super chat too, fam.
Hey Ram, listen, Ram, listen. I appreciate you because you have done so much. So hold up. I got to give you, because you know what, Ram? I've been holding back, right? The whole stream. Ram, you're like, damn, what's wrong with Solo? He sounded kind of low key. But hold up.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, let's get it popping. Let's get it cracking. You know what I'm saying? One more time. Nah, Ram, but no, real talk. I really appreciate you coming, from Chicago to Soda and just showing love, because at the end of the day, we're doing a lot of panels and hangouts, right? But I really feel like, Ram, it's the time now for us brothers to meet in person.
Absolutely.
Like, and it's not just me, you, Ram, or other YouTubers meeting up, but I'm saying, like, we got to get brothers together. We got to maybe do something, continentally first, maybe in Vegas, maybe in New York, maybe in Cali, maybe LA, maybe somewhere where there are some succubi ready to suck us by. And then maybe we go international. You feel me?
Passport Gang. Hey, Solo, what I want to do is this coming spring, if you're available, the dates are open. Let's do our first trip, Passport Gang, to Vegas, March or April 2021. I mean, 2020. It's coming spring.
Ram, I'm down, say no more, but the way my checking and my savings is looking like, I got to talk to Incel TV 82. You know what I'm saying? Right quick, maybe borrow a couple stacks from him. He's saving money. But all jokes aside, Ram, I'm thankful for, you and the content that you have done, for you bringing me on. I'm very humbled. Remember, a lot of people don't remember this, but Black Ram was my first big interview. You know what I'm saying? At the time of at the time I was at like 3,000. Black Ram was at 5, but to me that was big. It was huge.
Yeah.
And we did remember Ram? We did the origins of Black Ram.
Yes, sir. I remember.
That was classic, and I chopped it up. And Ram, I'm humbled because you are one of the real ones on YouTube. I'm not just saying that. I don't want people to say, "Oh, this guy Solo's dick riding." No, I've met Ram in person. This dude is solid. He's 100. And yo, Ram, you got to keep it real, man. You were falling in love with those snow bunnies. Let's keep it 100.
Man, beautiful snow bunnies in Minnesota, man.
Ram,
Minneapolis. Shout out to your city, Minneapolis, man.
You know, but I feel Ram, it's time now, brothers. We got to meet up. And if you brothers really support Black Ram, if you really rock with him, drop something in this PayPal, drop something in this super chat. Because imagine if all of us on the panel, Ram, Mr. Limba, the Legion of Doom, the Last Templar, the man, what's his name, Ram? The man of
Male Enlightenment TV.
Male Enlightenment TV. Affy Kingdom. Of all of us, all y'all came and we had a panel where all of us are giving a speech, Ram. Like it ain't even got to be an hour. Because we ain't we ain't on that pro-black time, you know what I mean? Right. We all give like a 30-minute speech, and then afterwards we have dinner at a nice spot. Could you imagine that, Ram? That would be therapy.
That might be the thing to do, brother, in Vegas. That might be the thing to do.
So with that being said, I don't really got to say anything else. Just follow me on Solo TV 84. I'm dropping a new video in 30 minutes. Yes, I'm doing a shameless plug. Ram, Sensei, I appreciate you. Yo, I see the love and support you getting, Ram, and keep it up. And I appreciate you because you've given me that look. And by the way, Ram, I got to say it on this stream. I'm sorry, Ram, you're going to hate me for this.
Uh-oh.
But Black Ram is the real OG.
My man.
When you hear people say women are chaos, Black Ram said that 6 years ago, bro. Let's keep it 100.
Appreciate that.
When you hear brother say men have to come from a position of strength, Black Ram said that 5 years ago. Let's keep it 100.
Exactly.
When you hear pseudo preachers and pseudo wannabe preachers talking about succubus and succubi, Black Ram said that 3 years ago. Let's pay homage. Black Ram is the originator. He's the innovator. You feel me? And listen, I ain't gonna lie, Ram. I ain't gonna lie. Hell, even a nigga like me, I bit a little bit from you. You know what I'm saying? Now, I ain't gonna say I bit your slogan, but your delivery. You know what I'm saying? Black Ram is an innovator, and he is underrated, man. Y'all give him his props, man. And that's all. Like, I'm sorry, Ram. I ain't mean to take over, but I know you are the originator. It's kind of like when people saw Jay-Z and he was quoting all those Biggie lyrics. Biggie said it first, right, Ram?
Yep.
And when Jay-Z was quoting all those Big Daddy Kane lyrics, well, Big Daddy Kane said it first, right?
Absolutely.
So why don't we give props to the originator who said it first? Let's give props to the innovator. Black Ram, the trendsetter, the GOAT.
Damn.
That's all I got to say, man. Solo TV 84, Ram. I'm gonna shut the F up.
Drop the mic. Hey, Solo, I appreciate that, man. I really do appreciate that, man. I appreciate you coming on, and I appreciate you showing me your lovely city, man. I do hope to be back there soon, and hopefully we can get you in Vegas, man, and a bunch of guys that's in the chat, a bunch of guys that were on the panel. And I want to make this thing pretty big, man, and start doing this on a regular basis. Hashtag Passport Gang. And I appreciate you, Solo, man, and thanks for coming on. Kind of short notice. Just told you about it yesterday, but appreciate you coming on, rocking with me, man. Last man standing. Appreciate you, brother. And shout out to Brandon Quabina. So shout out to everyone on the panel. Much respect to you, Black Ram and Solo TV 84. And having said that, I appreciate everybody who is in the chat and who is watching. Everybody who liked. Shout out to Messy Thrills. Still appreciating that super chat, brother. I appreciate That took a lot of sacrifice, Messy Thrills, for you to donate like that, man. I appreciate that. And absolutely. And yeah, I just appreciate everybody from coming out. This is the end of Google Hangouts. I'm kind of certain that they may put something else in place, but for now, if somebody want to have a hangout, they have to go through a third party. So this is the end of Google Hangouts with the ease of just throwing a link in somebody's email and having people just pop up. But hopefully they'll do something else. I think for the time being, people have to go on and do their live streams alone. There are other third-party software that people can use. I have to look into that, but I'm not a very technical guy. But until I find a replacement or Google does something different, I'll probably be going on by myself as far as live streams are concerned. So I wanted to put together this mega panel. What you say, Solo?
And Ram, I gotta say something funny. This dude said something in the chat. Keenan Williams. He says, "I think Dude Feelings was hurt and recognized the GOAT." Bro, I made a video 3 years ago saying my top 10 YouTubers and I said Black Ram was the GOAT. So it's nothing. Nobody's hurt. Bro. Nobody's hurt. Facts. You know what I mean? I just find it amusing, Ram. I guess a lot of people are new to me still. You know what I mean? But it's funny.
Absolutely. And you were OG yourself, Solo. You've been around here a long time, man. So I'm not the only OG in the building. But
Ram, at the end of the day, like I said, I was playing it cool, but then I heard these brothers talk this mess about the Lakers, and Ram, real talk. You know what, Ram? You got it. We got to do once we know what the streaming. We got to do a basketball stream. I think
I'm down with that. I'm down, especially with this season coming for sure. I'm down with that.
We got to do one because I'm telling you, Ram. I'm gonna get that NBA pass. And look, all y'all YouTubers who want to put that 100 up, I'm here. Jets, Bucks, as long as they're healthy, I'm here. That's all I got to say. Oh, by the way, Ram, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all I got to say. I got a video coming in 24 minutes. Ram, let me ask you this question because you come on my stream asking me questions, right?
Exactly.
This question. You talked about that, should men be saving these women, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Pastor did bring up a point, and I was waiting for you to ask, but you didn't ask, and I just remembered it now. That's why I'm asking. Mm-hmm. Do you think it's hypocritical for men to pump and dump, but yet under the same breath complain that there are no traditional women left?
I think that the gentleman who made the statement is out of touch because from my experience and talking to other brothers, men aren't actually pumping and dumping. The men who may have the pump and dump are the 20%, or as we figured it out, 5%. So if you got a guy, he's a jawline guy and got a nice car, nice clothes, and the female is targeting him, he may be doing a pump and dump. But your average guy dealing with the female is not doing a pumping and dumping. If I said it earlier, I think before you came in on the stream, I mentioned that your average guy, when he deals with the female, she's the one that leaves him and goes to the next guy. 9 times out of 10, it's her who starts the interaction and ends the interaction. So if us men, if we just look back at our lives and think about the women we deal with, 9 times out of 10, it was her who decided to leave to go to the next guy for whatever reason. She decided to leave. So I really believe, Solo, that there is a false narrative there. The false narrative of men pumping and dumping.
You bring up a good point, and I will agree with you. But Ram, I'm not going to mention no names, but there was a very popular PUA coach, right, or dating coach, who was talking pumping and dumping. But then in the same breath, he would talk about women need to be traditionalism. This PUA coach has been all over the world, or dating coach. And he was in a country, Ram, that was very traditional. But guess what he was doing? Pumping and dumping. And then this dating coach got older, Ram. And this is a true story, by the way. I'll give you some more clues if you don't know who I'm talking about.
I think I know who you're talking about.
But I think, he met a girl, Ram, when he got older. And he was trying to wife her up because he was like, I want children now. Well, the girl was not what he thought she was, obviously. Now, this dating coach, Ram, besides the fact that now he realized he wanted children and he had some things happen in his life, All of a sudden, Ram, he turned to the God pill. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, Ram,
Yeah.
let me ask you this.
Mhm.
And I'm not here to diss this dating coach, not at all. But let me ask you this, Ram. Isn't it hypocritical for you to be pumping and dumping and even going to countries outside of the USA where they're traditional women and you're still pumping and dumping? At the last minute, you're trying to wife a chick up. And now you realize, you know what? I should have been following the Most High all along. I mean, isn't that a hypocrisy, Ram? Because if we're going to say women are hypocrites for riding the car carousel in the younger years and then trying to get a beta, I mean, isn't that what this dating coach was trying to do? Or am I looking at this a different way?
I'm going to say you're looking at it a different way. This is why I don't think the reason why I don't ever try to say how a lot of YouTube say call men out. Because to me, to call men out is hypocritical. The reason why I say to call men out is hypocritical is this one fact. We understand brief faults law, but here's the big thing right here. Societies around the world, 9 times out of 10, the female has all the power in the interaction. Here's the thing. We can't say on one hand that the creature is strong, independent, smart, and then say that she's smarter than us. That's the narrative, right? She's strong, independent. She's so smart, right? And then if you listen closer to the culture, they'll say that she has the moral high ground, that not only she's smart, not only she's strong and independent, but they claim, right? This is the culture's claim.
Ram, not to cut you off, Sensei. Remember, he's not in the USA. He's not in Chicago or Minneapolis. He went to a traditional country where those women still valued marriage. That's the key to this.
Yeah, and let me talk about that, right? So can the female say, if she's traditional and she values marriage, just like in this country, the question is that I have for everybody is, can the female say, who we claim is so moral and so intelligent and so strong, can she say, hey, I'm not going to be intimate with anyone until I get married? She has the strength and the power to say that. So if he is going over there bunker bustering solo in these countries and not marrying them, it's the women's fault. The reason why it's the women's fault, because they are the ones who can make the determination who, what, when, why, and where.
Okay.
Every country.
So what about the part of him then trying to wife up a woman because now he wants to have kids?
I don't think it's hypocritical. I mean, I think the man has just changed the way he sees things in life. I don't think it's necessarily hypocritical, because here's the thing. Nobody can do anything without her consent, no matter what country you in. If you do, it's called something else and they'll put you in jail for it. In other words, the man is always, let me say this real quick. The man is always going to be held responsible no matter what. So then when you say, that the female is the victim in the situation, when she made the choice, that just doesn't compute with me. So here's the thing, Solo. It's 2 ways you can look at it. And maybe it's a third, but I don't know. Either the creature is inept and doesn't know what she's doing and just a victim and like stupid and can't make decisions for herself, sound decisions. So you have to say she's dumb, or she knows entirely what she's doing when she rides the carousel, which makes her morally corrupt. It's either one or two. It could be a third option. I don't know. Either one or two things. Either she's morally corrupt or she's just stupid. Which one is it? We can't have it both ways. So you can't tell me that this creature is so strong, independent, smart, and all this other stuff, and smarter than you, and then tell me she's a victim of her own choices, because she's the one that makes the choice. So I just like to call a spade and call them out on the bullshit, because we're trying to give them all the responsibility, right? And all the privilege. No, not all responsibility. All the privilege without any responsibility. Nowhere can you go, Solo, and make her do something she don't want to do. Nowhere.
I don't disagree with that, Ram. And I'm, maybe we can discuss this longer another time. But my thing is this, Ram. This dating coach was popular for pumping and dumping. And then all of a sudden, Ram, he wanted a wife. He wanted to marry that female or the succubus. He wanted to put a ring on it. He was in a different country. And now he changed his mind. He matured. I give him credit for that. But my point, Ram, is the point I'm trying to make is, why did it take him to go through all these succubus, harlots, and thoughts to finally realize that that's what he wanted? And by the time he realized that, it was too late. That's my last question, and I'm done.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to sow his wild oats and then decided that, hey, this is not working for me anymore. I want something more substantial and went to look for it. And I think it's hypocritical? Not necessarily, because again, whether you in a nation where the lady is supposed to be traditional, she can say marry me. Whether in America, she can say marry me. So when she doesn't and the relationship ends, no matter who's at fault, ultimately it's her fault because she can demand marriage before she give up her goods. And if you say she can't do it, then the question is why? Why can't she do this? And remember, in this society, we praise the female. We worship the female. So now we saying the female is also a victim. How in the hell can you be a strong and independent victim? I just don't. So when guys talk about that, not you per se, Solo, but when guys say, "Oh, it's a man's fault," and men create thoughts, and it's your fault she a thought because you pumping and dumping. No, man. All she got to say is marry me. This is a Christian Western nation, right? This is a nation that says that you should have the wedding. It's a nation that says you should have the ring. This is a nation that gives the female all the power of choice, all the power of all rights and privileges that come along with this nation. Let me tell you something real quick, Solo. Something that I thought about the other day. Let me say this real quick. And I have to speak in code because I don't want to mess up the stream. Hopefully I can get a playback. So here's the thing, real quick. I want you guys' attention just for 1 minute. The succubus, the BW, has more rights and privileges than the man who gave her these rights and privileges. She has more rights and privileges than the snowman. What do I mean? If the snowman gets divorced, he's going to be taken to the cleaners. The succubus, the BW, right, has more rights and privileges than the very man who gave her these rights and privileges. It's nothing that the succubus can do that she's held accountable for. But the snowman, on the other hand, he's the victim of his own laws. They're going to take him for the alimony and the child support. They're going to use the Me Too movement on him. They're going to do all of those things. But the succubus, right? She is more privileged than anybody on earth next to the snow bunny. The snow bunny is number one and the succubus is number two. So with all of those rights and privileges and all of this power that's been given her to this country, then we're going to go and say she's a victim of the pump and dump? When she's the one that wants to be a thought and ride the carousel, when she's the one who broke up with the boyfriend for whatever reason and went to the next guy. So I believe, Solo, that the whole idea of men pumping and dumping is a false narrative, and the men who do pump and dump are very rare, and those are the jawline guys who are chosen, and the guys who the women know are players, and the men that women know can't commit to them. Because we talk about how emotionally intelligent and how socially aware the female is by nature, because she has to be. That's what we talk about in this community. But then say she ain't responsible for those same social cues that she's so keen to. So we can't have it all. We can't have it both ways. We can't let the female, the succubus, off the hook in that way and tell me that she's so strong and independent. So which one is it? So that's all I'm saying. I think it's the pump and dump is a false narrative. That's something that an old preacher would look back and say, because he ain't been in the field for the last 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and claim that all men are bad and evil and pumping and dumping, when it's the female that's making the choice. It's the female that's on Instagram and on Tinder and all the dating sites. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, Ram, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to ask you to speak for another 5-10 more minutes. You know what I'm saying? I did my part. I know the chat is happy. Thank you, Black Ram. And
appreciate it,
once we get the new setup, I don't know, because I don't even know what I'm doing, Ram. I don't know. I might look at StreamYards or Twitch. I don't know. I'll let you know, Ram. You already know I'll let you know. But
definitely, bro.
Yo, Ram, you got a very loyal following, bro. You do. And,
I appreciate the everybody that's been rocking with me for a long time and been loyal, man, and supporting. I love, and that's why I call them family, man. I love the family, man. Reality of Fitness been here since I started the stream, and many others, man. Mr. Lawrence 77. Appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate the audience, man.
Black Ram, what we need to do now, I think about, Ram, maybe you need to be interviewing these women because you will not let up. Because you seen what I did to the dark skin sister when I was
yeah.
I'll take the interview down, take it down. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm gonna ask my my audience if that's something that they want, and then see what they say, and then if that's what they want, then I'll try to get it to them.
Hey Ram, even if I have to set it up, we'll get you a plane ticket to come to Minneapolis, and I'll find somebody. But just don't be mad, Ram, if the women then say, "Hell, take that video down," because that's what happened to me last time I went red pill on the chick. So
right, because when you hold their feet to the fire, they really don't have an argument. When you asked her, hey, can you make these choices? Because she's gonna want to play the victim role. You ask her, hey, can you make these choices? She's gonna say yes. And then we say, why don't you? Then she has nothing to say, because the truth be told, she's a thought because she likes being a thought. And sorry, these old preachers out here telling you that it's your fault and that you made her a thought, they're lying. And that's a false narrative. And I'm here to say that they and those preachers and anybody who stand by that is on some bullshit, don't have your best interest at mind, because it's a joke. False narrative. The pump and dump, I'm going to go out and say it, Solo, it's a damn myth. When most men get with most women, it's her who leave. Whether you're talking about a divorce, separation, breakups, it's the female that leaves. And all guys have to do is take inventory of their life and ask themselves, how many women have walked away from me? And then you come up with the truth. False narrative. Are there guys who pump and dump? Very rare. Very rare. We talking about maybe the top 5% who can't take on these women as girlfriends and wives. Why? Because we know, Solo, whether you're talking about the 80-20 rule or when you brought out the 95-5% rule, of course, 5% of men can't marry and be monogamous with 80% of women. But guess what, Solo? They choose those so-called top tier guys who are already taken, who can't offer them commitment. And here's the thing about female nature. I kind of consider myself not necessarily an expert, but very knowledgeable about female nature. The female nature going to go for the guy who's unavailable. So when she goes for the guy who's unavailable, and she wants him because he is unavailable emotionally in other ways, and that's what turned on him, because he is unavailable, because he is aloof, and you're going to say it's his fault that she chose such a man? No, it's bullshit. But yeah, that's all I got to say, brother.
Hey, y'all niggas better subscribe to my channel. I had Ram talking about 20 more minutes, man. This stream was supposed to end 20 more minutes. Look, I'm looking at the clock. You know what I mean? I'm like Russell Westbrook. We going last second. But yo, Ram, so much respect for you. And much success, bro. And yeah, man, I'm done, man. I'm about to go to sleep, man. Let me get some sleep. I'm done, man. Facts.
Appreciate that. And we'll wrap, Solo. Appreciate you coming on, man. Appreciate you rocking with me, brother. And yeah, man. So shout out to the chat. Guy 007, Anthony Lou, he's had China White in the building. Man Code, Mr. Lawrence, Reality of Fitness. Salute to everybody. Thank you guys for watching this 4-hour long end of Hangouts mega panel. You guys be well, stay blessed. I appreciate all you all again, the super chats, the likes, the comments, and just you guys watching. Until next time, peoples, I'm out.